All right, it is 6 o'clock p.m., Tuesday, February 3rd, and I am calling to order this meeting of the Fairbanks North Starborough School Board. As we call the meeting to order, the school board would like to take this moment to respectfully acknowledge that we are residing on the traditional land of the Dene people. Our mission statement: as a community, we create supportive learning environments where all students thrive. Mr. Doran, would you please lead us in the pledge? All right, thank you. Ms. Richardson, will you please call the roll?
Colonel Foster is on Zoom.
Here.
Thank you. Colonel Campbell.
Here.
Miss Charlie is on Zoom.
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Wade.
Here.
Miss Hewitt.
Here.
Miss Maple.
Here.
Mrs. Hull.
Here.
Miss Julian.
Here.
Miss Carol Hubbard.
Here.
Mr. Doran.
Here.
Mr. Burgess.
Here.
Thank you. The board has a quorum.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is the extra special education support person of the month. Sherry Young, safety assistant for North Pole High School, will be recognized as the extra special education support person of the month for February 2026. Zena Robinson, North Pole High School principal, will make the presentation.
So I wanted to, I wanted to recognize Miss Young when I nominated her. I mean, she is Johnny on the spot, maybe Sherry on the spot. She follows her instincts, and usually they're right. And unfortunately, some other things, consequences happen. But if I need her, she's the first one on the radio to respond. She's a good role model and a mentor for some of our students that could be more challenging. They'll go and see her as well. So she's just not the safety for maybe the physical part of the school, but also for our students. And I just appreciate everything she does. And when we retire, we're going to open up our own PI company because she's so good at it. So I just wanted, she is an extra special person. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you to Ms. Robinson and congratulations, Ms. Young. Next is the Excellent Educator Award of the month. Vanessa Dallaire, kindergarten teacher for Barnett Magnet School, will be recognized as the Excellent Educator of the month for January 2026. Genevieve Chacho, Barnett Magnet School interim principal, will make the presentation.
Good evening, board members, superintendents, and guests. My name is Genevieve Chacho, and I am the interim principal at Barnett Magnet School. It is a true privilege to stand before you tonight and recognize someone who is not only an exceptional educator, but a valued and cherished member of our Barnett team, Vanessa Dallaire. Although I have had the pleasure of working with Mrs. Dallaire since August 2025, it did not take long to see the incredible impact she has each and every day. In a short time, I have witnessed the care, intention, and heart she brings to her classroom, and I knew her recognition needed to be shared more broadly. I reached out to teachers, students, and staff who have known Vanessa for many years, and their words only confirmed what I see daily. One of her current kindergarten students summed it up in the most genuine way. When asked what he loves about Mrs. Dallaire's class, he said, "I love doing math with Mrs. Dallaire." At the kindergarten level, fostering that kind of excitement and confidence in learning is powerful and lasting. Her colleagues speak just as highly of her. Mrs. Carrington shared Vanessa's commitment to developmentally appropriate teaching in her kindergarten classroom is truly impressive. She makes her classroom engaging, fun, and full of learning opportunities. Mrs. Mariotto added, her years of experience and easy manner put parents at ease and give her students the confidence to learn. Perhaps one of the most meaningful perspectives comes from Mrs. Hawes, her teacher's aide, who said, "I have had the privilege of working with Mrs. Dallaire for many years. She comes to work every day with a smile on her face and a positive attitude that is contagious. Mrs. Dallaire truly loves all of the kindergarten children that come in her classroom. She always wants to see the students succeed. She makes learning fun and reminds the students that they can do hard things. Many students from years past love to come and help in the classroom because of how they felt when she was their teacher. I am proud to call Mrs. Dallaire my colleague and my friend. I am so excited for her to receive this well-deserved recognition. Thank you to Mrs. Hawes for writing that. Mrs. Dallaire's care for students is extraordinary. She goes above and beyond to provide personalized learning opportunities, ensuring every child feels seen, supported, and capable. She is also a vital member of our leadership team, a supportive colleague, and a mentor and a coach to teachers across the district. She excels in instruction and in instructional support, applying science-based practices across all content areas. Her dedication is reflected in student outcomes. Her entire class is performing at or above average based on the winter M-class benchmarks. Mrs. Dallaire is the kind of educator who makes a lasting difference. She is professional, kind, responsible, reliable, and deeply committed to both her students and her colleagues. Vanessa, we are so fortunate to have you at Barnett Magnet School. Thank you for the joy, expertise, and heart you bring to our community every day. Please join me in congratulating Mrs. Vanessa Dallaire on being named Excellent Educator of the Month.
Right, many thanks to Ms. Dallaire and to Ms. Chacho for giving that presentation. Next on our agenda is the adoption of the agenda. Consent agenda items marked with an asterisk are considered routine items not requiring public discussion by the school board. Unless removed from the consent agenda, asterisked items will be automatically approved when the agenda is adopted. Questions concerning these items should be directed to the administration before the meeting. If the superintendent or a member of the public wishes to have an item removed from the consent agenda, the request must be made to a board member anytime prior to the start of the meeting. The board member has the discretion to accept or deny the request. Only a board member may remove an item from the consent agenda. If an item is removed from the consent agenda, it shall be considered separately as the last item of new business. Asterisked items will then be adopted by one single motion.
Move to adopt the agenda with consent items.
Second.
Ms. Richardson, will you please call the roll? Call the vote.
Mr. Wade,
Yes.
Colonel Foster,
Yes.
Colonel Campbell,
Yes.
Miss Charlie,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Miss Hewitt,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mrs. Hull,
Yes.
Miss Julian,
Yes.
Miss Carol Hubbard,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Thank you. The agenda is adopted. Next on our agenda is public comments on reports and non-agenda item. During this section of the agenda, the school board welcomes public comments on non-agenda topics. This is an opportunity for community members to be heard. The board will note the topics, though no official actions will be taken. Topics may be referred to the administration for further research and potential future action. Board members will not respond to comments or questions made by the public. Concerned citizens should first discuss matters with the superintendent or designee. After the superintendent or designee has heard the concerns, they may be brought to the board. Individual students and district personnel may not be discussed in public testimony. Please contact the district office to root concerns about individual students or district personnel through the appropriate channels. Members of the public will be given the opportunity to speak on agenda items at the time the item is introduced for action and/or discussion. Once the agenda is published, testifiers should email or call the school board office by 4:00 p.m. on the day of the meeting to sign up for public testimony. Students who have signed up in advance or are in the room and wishing to testify will be called upon first, followed by members of the public who have signed up in advance in the order in which they have signed up. If time remains, anyone else in person will be invited to testify until the 1-hour time limit has been reached. A sign-up sheet is available in the boardroom before the start of the meeting for those who have not already signed up in advance. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes each and should provide their first name, spell their last name, and state their area of residence. First on my list of folks who have signed up in advance is Mr. Ben Luffler.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Luffler. Thank you.
Thanks.
Please
Ben
state your
Luffler,
name, spelling your
LOE.
last area of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Ben Leffler, Loeffler, in Fairbanks. I'm calling in to give public testimony with regard to my time as a member of this year's budget committee. Apologies if this would have been better last week, but we had a little mix-up. First, I'd like to highlight and endorse two particular recommendations that I've seen significant enthusiasm around. First, the proposal to add before-school care district-wide should be a top priority. In my opinion, the benefit of this would be astounding, and I think it would literally have a measurable impact on Fairbanks GDP with letting parents get to work more. My second endorsement is, of course, the recommendation to start the budgeting process both this year and in perpetuity with PTR at or below the HB 57 maximums. Any increases above these levels should be a debated decision every year. We cannot let high PTR be normalized over time. I'd also like to share some things that I learned during the committee meetings that caused me some concern and that the board should explore further. The first item of concern arose when the committee was discussing the role of enrollment in driving revenues. When I asked who the point person was for understanding and improving enrollment, I was surprised to be told by the administration that there was no point person. No insight was shared on why families choose homeschool at such a high rate in our district. This is the district's most important form of revenue and deserves a dedicated and visible focus at the leadership level. I believe enrollment is the canary in the coal mine. The second item of concern arose when trying to understand what the cumulative effect of tight budgets over the last few years has been. I asked if there were staff morale surveys or exit interviews that could be used to infer if any staff group was particularly overburdened by these realities. I was told that there is no morale information and that exit interviews are not conducted when staff leave the district. It would appear that no efforts are being made to understand the needs and opinions of the teachers and staff who are serving our students. There's a high vacancy rate, but evidently no effort to understand the contributing factors. Declining enrollment and teacher retention are two of the largest problems facing our district, and I see a disappointing lack of rigor in trying to understand them. I'd also like to look at the fiscal year 27 proposed budget, and I think it needs to be said out loud that a major reason the district is in a better financial situation for this fiscal year is due to losing more students than anticipated in the last year, and that we are temporarily benefiting from the state's hold harmless funding provision. Losing 5% of the student body in a single year is a travesty, not a fiscal solution, and it needs to be acknowledged for the red herring that it is. Then finally, in light of the fiscal year 25 audit results, I want to express my dismay that a failure to budget soundly over the last 3 years as surpluses accrued year after year after year may now result in forfeiting $11 million in funding. This is $1,000 per student. This is enough to hire over 80 teachers and would have reduced this year's PTR by over 4 in every classroom in the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leffler. Next on my list, I have Rachel DeTemple. Please state your name, spelling your last, state your area of residence, and you will have 3 minutes.
Stand up so you can see me. I'm Rachel D. Temple, D-E capital T-E-M-P-L-E. I live in Fairbanks. Good evening, everyone. I'm Rachel D. Temple. I've been teaching at Hutch for 11 years. I care deeply about Hutch, so I've come tonight to request that we go back to the drawing board on the re-envisioning plan for Hutchinson High School. The current plan to phase out full-time students is one that was derived without the data to show it might be viable. It was also derived without sufficient transparency or community. While I am grateful for the time and well-meaning effort of the re-envisioning committee, it seems the core proposition of making Hutch a part-time only school was an idea already formed before the committee even met. The Hutch staff was not allowed to know anything about this plan or contribute any knowledge or thinking to it until the vision had been decided. The students and families that make up Hutch are only just now finding out about it after the plan has been presented to you as the right way forward. When I've asked direct questions about the process, the time frame, and the reasoning for going with this model, I have been unable to get straight answers, or I have gotten directly contradictory ones. These discrepancies obliterate trust. Even though I don't think that the proposed plan has any practical chance of being implemented, the announcement of the plan itself is doing real harm to us in real time. Parents hearing about this change are deciding right now not to send their kids to Hutch because they do not have trust in what's to come. Staff members are eyeing the exits because they don't trust that they'll have jobs for much longer. Other schools have already reached out to try to poach some of our support staff. At Hutch, our school climate is really important to us. So many of us have worked for whole decades to build Hutch's unique sense of belonging. We work as a team to teach our kids professional skills. Because of us, Hutch is a school that works. Communication is considered by employees to be the most important professional skill, so I take umbrage when a plan is put forward to you that implies I'm not a CTE teacher. At Hutch, we tell all of our students and our families overtly and in these words, all classes are CTE classes, because at Hutch they are. This is a school from which I, as an English teacher, was sent to the National CTE Conference, and I came back with the idea that has now become our workplace readiness score. We're the only school that has that. I've since presented at the same national conference about how core teachers are essential to teaching professional skills. That's my work. That's our work. To hear through this proposed model that I and many of my colleagues are considered to be extraneous to the success of Hutch is disrespectful, ignorant, and infuriating. To propose such a plan to the board without input or institutional knowledge from us, any data to prove its basic viability, any data to prove its actual likelihood of increasing access to CTE, or any input at all from students or families is reckless and frankly very strange. We do not break what's not broken. Please go back to the drawing board on this. Without data or community support, it's not a real plan anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. DeTemple. The list is Mr. Ben Johnson. I do want to remind the audience that we generally request that you don't applaud, maintain that decorum. If you do want to show support, there's, jazz hands and things like that you can do. Thank you.
Snaps, not claps, right?
Mr. Johnson, please state your
Sure.
state your name, spelling your last name, and general area of residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yeah, my name's Ben Johnson. That's Johnsson, and I'm from Fairbanks. And good evening. I'm the media and marketing teacher at Hutchison. And over the last 18 years, so I've spent nearly 2 decades working on the recruitment process for Hutch, getting kids excited to come to Hutch from the school that they maybe would have gone to for an area. And in recruiting, we always look and launch our campaign first thinking about the population that we're going for and then the conversion rate that we need from that population. So I'm going to kind of run those numbers here. Our district has 1,903 students in the 10th through 12th grade that the proposed new model for Hutch has a goal for 700 part-time students to come. So that would be a 37% conversion rate. And as a media and marketing specialist, I can tell you that's a statistically improbable number to be able to get. But let's look at that through a couple filters here. So first, just the career interest of it. Hutch has 5 wonderful career clusters, but those clusters aren't for everyone. Not everybody wants to be a welder or what have you. So we're going to reduce our number a little bit. We're going to give a really optimistic numbers throughout this and say, let's say 60% of those kids actually want to be welders or one of those 5 career clusters. So that reduces our number down to 1,141 potential kids. Then we're going to look at the scheduling issue. It's a small town. There's not a lot of classes. So classes like ROTC, AP courses, band, and all of that will further restrict the students' abilities to take those part-time classes and catch those shuttles to get to Hutch. Again, I'm going to be optimistic and say maybe only 20% get effective. We're now down to 913 students. The social tax is probably the biggest one. I pulled 100 of my own students and asked them, how many of you would go to West Valley if it had a class that you loved and could help your future career, but you had to give up lunch? Kids love lunch. 50% of them said they wouldn't do it. I'm going to even shrink that number, make it more optimistic and say, let's say 25% reduced from that. You're now down to only 685 potential students that would even be eligible to come to Hutch. That's 100% conversion rate if you're trying to get to 700 students. It's basically impossible. And again, those were with the most optimistic of numbers. So if we switch to that model, the big concern is you're suddenly going to have under-enrollment at Hutch, and you're going to have programs that aren't full, and you're going to have programs that are seemed inefficient because they're not full, and then you're, in budget times, going to be thinking we should cut those programs. So the very model that was meant to open access to Hutch and bring in more programs to Hutch will actually end up with a cutting of programs at Hutch and less access. So again, we'd love to relook this over. I'll email you the spreadsheet that we use for this, and it's kind of fun in a bad way that you can put your own numbers in and say, well, maybe he was being crazy about this number, or maybe it would have been worse. More kids want lunch, but you can play. But the outlook of the population of Fairbanks compared to a part-time model for Hutch is not very good.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Johnson. Next on my list is Ginny Kinney.
Kinney, Kinne, Goldstream. I'm here to share some thoughts about the proposed Hutchison redesign. As a school counselor who splits my time between a middle school and a high school, I have the unique opportunity to work every day with students and families navigating current and future high school pathways. Community and sense of belonging are among the strongest drivers of both enrollment and student success. Hutch's future planned part-time enrollment on paper sounds flexible and efficient, but in practice, it's particularly challenging. Asking students to split their day between 2 schools often means compromising peer connections, trusted adult relationships, sports, clubs, student activities, or simply feeling grounded. Respectfully, this model is currently not working because for teenagers, that cost is usually too high. 9th grade is not just a year for academic transition, it's a critical social-emotional one. Freshmen need time to build relationships, develop belonging, and feel ownership of their school. Removing these fractures that process and weakens the continuity that keeps students engaged and invested. Once a student begins their journey and plants their roots, it's difficult to convince them to make the switch, even for part of their day. Usually we offer a spot to a student from the wait list, and more often than not, they turn it down because they've already planted their roots at another high school. Students do not want to leave a community once they've helped build it. In the plan, it stated that only 45% of students graduate having completed 4 full years in a single CTE cluster. From a counseling perspective, this reflects healthy adolescent development and growth. It is an undeniable success when 100% of Hutchison graduates leave with a collection of intentional and varied CTE experiences. We cannot expect 14-year-olds to commit to one career path before they've had a chance to explore what even exists. Exploration, along with belonging, leads to long-term investment. Now is an exciting time for CTE, and Hutch could absolutely use a glow up, but the focus should be on exploration and opportunity, not early and intense specialization. Career readiness includes communication, collaboration, problem solving, and self-awareness, which are built through full 4-year well-rounded high school experience. It also requires a clear pipeline to industry and other post-secondary options. Exploration must lead somewhere tangible. Current partnerships need strengthening, and future partnerships need fostering. Hutchison is an incredible school with dedicated professionals and a unique and creative student population. It absolutely should be the school to grow into a thriving hub for innovative CTE education, but not by dismantling the very elements that make it work for our students. If Hutchison's going to evolve, then the entire district must evolve with it. Hutch cannot carry the CTE vision alone. Thank you for your time and the work you do for students.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Kinney. Next up, I have Pete Daly.
Good evening. My name is Pete Daly, D-A-L-E-Y, and I reside in North Pole. I'm a welding instructor at Hutchison High. I've been at Hutchison for the past 16 years, 24th year teaching. Well, philosophically, I agree with the concept of increasing access and equity for more students in the district. I'm excited for the longer block times for my welding classes. However, I do have some reservations with the accelerated classes. Currently, I see a student for 2 to 3 full school years. Under the proposed model, I'll teach 9 months of content from August until December. Then I'll get a new group of students from January until May. So I have a question. What happens when a student is gone for a week for a hunting trip, a sports trip, or a family vacation? So now, in essence, what they're doing is missing 2 weeks of content with that accelerated pace. In a perfect model, I would have those students for that longer block time from August until May. Classes like welding, carpentry, and automotive are material and time intensive. Also, from a pedagogical perspective, I've seen students mature significantly over 3 years. They have summer jobs that bring in new experiences and lead to more inquisitiveness. I was thinking about some of my business and industry partners and how they conduct their training. If you look at some of the trade unions, like I'll take the plumbers and pipe fitters, for example, they have a 5-year apprenticeship. So what they do that for a reason. The skills are acquired over time and they vacillate back and forth between work experience and classroom instruction. This is a proven model and it's similar to what I see of high school students over those 3 years. So I jotted down a couple others that weren't in my commentary, but under the new model, I'm actually going to see 20 less students than I currently do. I currently have around 100. Under the new model with the blocks, it's going to be 80. I am concerned about the accelerated pace. I've already looked at, if I do this, what I'm going to have to do in the actual structure of my school day. I'm going to have to cut out some content because there isn't enough time under the accelerated pace. And so with that, there's going to be certain topics that are missed. I'm also looking at the quality. So trying to rush through all that content and still achieve all those welder certifications, it's going to reduce what I can do, and the quality is going to be compromised. I'm also worried about some of the field trips I do. They're calendar based. Some of them need to happen in the fall, some in the spring, depending on when industry partners are doing their training. Finally, I'll close with, I do laud the district's vision for increasing CT exposure to the most students possible. However, I would like to see a revision to the current proposal. Thank you for listening and taking my testimony into consideration. I appreciate everything that you do for the school.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. Next, I have Robert Wise.
I am Robert Wise, W-I-G-H-S. I live in Fairbanks. As an English teacher at Hutchinson High School, I primarily work with incoming freshmen in their English 9 classes. I'm here to voice some concerns about the recent announcement about Hutchinson's future. I'm specifically troubled by the implication that district leaders have arbitrarily selected a statistic to drive large-scale change in a secondary school that is beloved by this community. According to the January 27th Newsminer, between 2019 and 2023, only 45% of graduates completed all 4 years of a specific pathway. I'm troubled by this because I didn't think someone would have to stand up and defend curiosity, exploration, and the freedom to change our minds. Are district leaders really asking themselves why can't they stay on their pathway? Why won't an 8th grader stick to their plan for the next 4 years? What if we changed it to 2 years? Really? Have you met 8th graders? Have you met 9th graders? Have you met people in their 20s or 30s? When did the freedom to explore academics and careers become an unfortunate statistic? We literally teach classes called career exploration. Is there a cutoff age for exploration? As an English teacher, I can't help but look at literature, so perhaps we would have preferred it if Charles Dickens had stayed in the factory, or if George Orwell had finished his police work. Better yet, Anton Chekhov could have remained a doctor, and Harper Lee could have worried less about mockingbirds. I would also ask district leaders whether they have considered that while students switch pathways, parents can sign them up for the Hutchinson Lottery for their 9th grade year without the student's input, losing the opportunity for students to speak for themselves through an application process. Instead, parents can currently enter their students for the lottery. Many of those students leave or change pathways because, surprise, they were never given a choice. I'm sure you're aware that the admission process at Hutch used to be different. I would also remind you that the superintendent himself has signaled in recent letters to the community that our budget is not currently itching to dismantle yet another school. So why are we changing things? Why are we dismissing a school that is loved by the community? My concern is that the proposed changes are system-driven rather than student-driven. Forcing a student to commit to an academic career pathway or else face additional enrollment hurdles is a system designed to create more barriers to student exploration and curiosity. Members of the board, please ask those driving the ideas behind these large-scale changes to provide more thorough or thoughtful data in support of their claims, to reconsider what choice means in the admission process, and to double-check that their choices are student-driven and not system-driven. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Weiss. Next, I have Amy Wilt.
Wilt, W-I-L-T. I live in Fairbanks. Good evening. Thank you all for being here and allowing us to testify. This is my, I think, 22nd year as a math teacher at Hutchinson. It has been a great experience to be part of Hutch's development over the years, and I'm proud to be a Hutchinson teacher, proud to be a part of the unique educational opportunity that's offered in our district. I want to, support the importance of having traditional core classes in the same building as CTE courses because it creates students with a balanced education. Students make connections between the theoretical concepts they're learning in their core classes and the practical applications and hands-on skills they're learning in their CTE courses. Traditional core classes teach critical thinking and communication skills, while CTE courses focus on industry-specific skills. Teaching both within the same school makes academic concepts relevant and students are more engaged. For example, in English, students can see how technical writing applies directly to their CTE courses. They have firsthand experience that allows them to appreciate how important clear and concise writing is in their field, as well as knowing and seeing the effects of poorly written directions and/or guidelines. Depending on their field of study, reading scientific articles and the results of true research may be skills that can develop while they're also developing their career skill set. Math teaches logical reasoning, cultivates problem-solving strategies, and supports critical thinking skills that are critical thinking skills that are applicable to everyday life. Still, students are always wanting an answer to that age-old question, when will I ever use this? To the student who asked me to help calculate piston displacement, this is when you're going to use math. To the student trying to figure out how to make a hexagonal flower planter look professional for a Mother's Day gift, this is when you're going to use math. To the former student trying to safely move a large piece of steel by tack welding another piece to it, this is when you're going to use math. When we can offer those courses that are directly related to a CTE field, like math and healthcare, geometry and construction, or math for the trades, we make those connections more obvious and take theoretical concepts and directly relate them to practical skills. But they don't have to be directly related courses. I have both taken and taught educator courses that promote the connection between traditional courses with CTE courses, and these courses go hand in hand at Hutch. All classes are CTE classes. You won't find that in other schools. There's great power for students in building their career skills just down the hallway from their math and English classes. Understanding how general knowledge connects to their futures and their classmates' futures promote a sense of belonging. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilt, for your testimony. Next on the list, I have Portland Law.
Law spelled L-A-W. I'm from North Pole. I'm here tonight as a Hutch parent, a homeschool mom, a business owner, and a former middle and high school teacher. A year and a half ago, my oldest daughter, Zoe, began high school at Hutch. My son, Corbin, has entered the lottery to attend next year. And I'll quote my youngest, who told me today, she said, "Wait, I want to go to Hutch." Last Monday, we received news for the first time about plans to change Hutch from a full-time school to an only part-time CTE classes. As parents who were led to Hutch because of its good reputation in Fairbanks, I'm wondering where the community demand is for this change and why the board feels the need to suddenly change a school that's working so well. What attracted us the most to Hutch was it offered academics and CTE. Zoe could literally have it all in one place. Since she began, I've watched our daughter grow and flourish. She's been academically challenged, gained confidence and skills from shop class, fostered good relationships with all her teachers, and for the first time, she's tried things that are new to her, such as basketball and student government. Hutch has offered Zoe a small, tight-knit community that has served her well. One of the biggest benefits Hutch has given our daughter is a focus on employability. This is not found at any other school in town. Zoe began her high school career with a contract signing and a firm handshake that required eye contact. She was taught to treat her educational journey like an employee would treat their job. From the way they present projects, write papers, send emails, work in groups, and interact with faculty, there's a tremendous effort put into each student to teach them the value of being a good employee. Zoe came home excitedly one day with an employability score, which she actually used in her first job interview. As an employer, I can tell you learning these skills now is priceless. In the new proposed model for Hutch, this collaborative teaching method would be lost. As a former teacher, I beg you to realize just how much our kids benefit from an environment where faculty, coaches, counselors, and CTE teachers can collaboratively focus on each student. The vitality and life of Hutch come from the very fact that students are never required to leave the school to obtain any part of their educational experience. Yes, part-time students do attend Hutch, but the majority of my daughter's friends are there because all aspects of the school, the community, the athletics, the education, and CTE courses appeal to them as a whole. If athletics are removed as proposed, students will leave. If core academics cease and only CTE classes remain, many students from further out of town, such as us, will be forced out of attending Hutch. This is because the benefit of commuting to a part-time CTE class doesn't outweigh the cost of lost class time and community at another school. Hutch is a gem in the heart of Fairbanks. If the goal is greater CTE availability, please consider expanding on the current school model that is already working instead of cutting it at its knees.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Law. Next, I have Anna Klein. Anna Klein, not seeing anyone coming forward. We'll go to the next person, Cora Hamilton.
Cora Hamilton, Hamilton, and I'm out in Salcha. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Cora Hamilton. I'm a parent and an ESSA employee at Salcha Elementary, the district's last rurally located school. Yes, we are on a road system, but that does not make the distance any closer. I'm here tonight because what is happening at our school is not sustainable, and I believe you need to hear it directly. Salcha Elementary is currently staffed with 8 people, 3 certified teachers, one of whom also serves as head teacher because we no longer have a principal. The rest of us are ESSA staff, and in this school year, the responsibilities that have been placed on that staff are far beyond what any of our job descriptions reflect. I am the SPED paraprofessional. I'm also the SPED clerk, the SPED para who does the speech services. I also run the recess room and do inclusion into classrooms. I'm expected to interpret each student's IEP, plan my daily activities from it with supervision. My head teacher has helped with arranging lesson plans as my direct supervisor, which does meet that requirement. But it was much harder to do all of this without a resource teacher assigned to me at the start of the school year. None of this expanded scope is in my job description, original or revised. And as per Article 9.1E of the ESSA negotiated agreement, the district is required to provide training for any duties assigned outside of an employee's current job description. That training was not provided to me. The responsibilities kept compiling. I was assigned to provide the speech services, which created a direct conflict of interest with one of my own students, a situation that could have been identified before it was assigned. The duties I am performing on top of my student contact time are not realistic for one person, and student support is what is suffering for it. This is not just my story. Staff across Salcha are seeing the same thing. Responsibilities piled on with no additional support. Subs are no longer willing to take positions out here. Teachers are scared to commit because there's no stability, and a certified substitute filling my role would be paid more per hour than I am, even though I am the one who has to have everything prepped and ready for them. The district is running the last rural school in the borough on a skeleton crew and calling it a budget decision. We were told last year there was no money, and then we learned about the $11.4 million surplus, and that is insulting. Last year, I stood before this board fighting to keep Salcha open when 5 schools were threatened. We were saved on a reduced budget. 1 other school was saved, 3 were closed. If this surplus existed then, those schools might still be open today. The district has not been transparent with this board about the federal funding that was available, funding that could have helped keep Salcha open at full staffing the entire year. The money was there, the choice was made to cut us anyway, and our student and staff are paying the price.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Hamilton. Next on the list, I have Joshua Hamilton.
My name is Josh, Hamilton. I live in Salcha. Thank you, members of the board, for letting me testify and giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm here today to ask y'all if y'all are just as mad at being lied to by this administration as the community is. On numerous occasions last year, I asked the individuals doing the question and answers at the community meetings for school closures if we could get a breakdown of the alleged cost to keep schools open. Each time I was gaslighted, given an already prepared statement. This administration has shown they don't care about our community or the students, but about the money. This is why Fairbanks North Star Borough has and keeps losing students every year. With this administration in control, we've seen the drastic decline in student enrollment and employee retention. I understand this that a member of this administration was awarded top 10 school district superintendents for 2025. Here's the problem, though. The publication has no publicly available subscriber numbers and no info about the nomination process. It doesn't disclose who determines the award. Education Insider's parent company, Valley Media, Inc., in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, operates on multiple similar web magazines at the same address, each with their own top 10 list. When inquiries were sent to Education Insider, inquiries went unanswered. In fact, it was a school district who added the phrase, one of the nation's top 10, or one of the nation's best. I see this as misleading and self-promotion, which goes hand in hand with all of the misinformation and negligence from the administration. I feel the info given to us last year misled all of you board members into thinking we were in a deficit, hence school closures and SALCHA being ran on a skeleton crew. If this administration misleads us this way, then they failed at their job. If this administration was misled by the budget, then they failed at their job to check the information given to them. If this administration was complicit with this, then they don't deserve the positions that they hold. We need the admin team to be transparent. We need a new admin team that'll be transparent with the community and not hide crucial info, because this is getting ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton, for your testimony. Next, I have Daniel Panickley.
Hello, Daniel Panickley, traditional spelling of Panickley. P-O-N-I-C-K-L-Y. I hail from the People's Republic of Esther. Good evening, members of the school board, superintendent, educators, parents, and community members. I am before you today as the executive director of the Fairbanks Symphony Orchestra, and I'm here tonight to enthusiastically express my strong support and endorsement for the superintendent's decision to include expanded funding and bring back music education in the upcoming school budget. This is not simply a conversation about music, it's a conversation about opportunity and about what we want our students to be prepared for when they leave our schools. Music education expands career pathways in meaningful and practical ways. While some students will pursue careers in the arts, many more will carry musical training into fields like technology, engineering, education, healthcare, business. Music develops skills employers consistently say they need: discipline, teamwork, creativity, and the ability to listen and respond thoughtfully. These are workforce skills, not electives. We also know that students are more successful academically when music is part of the curriculum. Music supports literacy and math learning, strengthens memory and focus, and increases student engagement. Students who participate in music are more likely to attend school regularly and feel connected to their school community. For some students, music is the reason they stay engaged at all. Equally important is the role music plays in social and emotional development. Music teaches students how to work together toward a shared goal, how to manage frustration through practice, and how to build confidence within a supportive structure. At a time when students are experiencing higher levels of stress and isolation, music provides a proven way to build belonging and resilience. This funding decision is also about equity. When music is part of the school day, access doesn't depend on a family's ability to afford private lessons. It becomes a shared commitment to providing every student with a well-rounded education. I want to commend the superintendent for recognizing that music education is not an extra, it's a foundational part of student success. Budgets reflect values. Including music education, this budget shows a commitment to preparing students not just academically, but as capable, creative, and engaged leaders of the 21st century. I urge the board to support this funding and invest in an educational approach that benefits students, schools, and our broader community. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you, Mr. Panickley. Next, I have Lynn Bernheim.
Hello, Lynn Bernheim, Bernheim. I live in Fairbanks. So, in regards to the plan for Hutch, is what I want to talk about. My name is Lynn Bernheim, teacher for 17 years, at Hutch for 9. I also have my admin cert. And with this plan, I find it tremendously irresponsible to, one, come up with this plan without all the stakeholders' input. 2, do this with skewed data or any data. 3, announce this right before recruiting. It makes me wonder if this was to prove that Hutch does not have the numbers to be a standalone school. I know parents who haven't applied yet because they are now unsure of the stability of Hutch. At Hutch, I have, over the years, personally called to invite 10, 11th, and 12th graders to enroll because they applied and got in through the lottery. And they declined because they were comfortable at their school and didn't want change. There are far better options to increasing CTE student numbers at Hutch, instead of destroying something working very well and starting over with the expectation of high schoolers leaving their school and friends at 40 below to spend half the day at Hutch. What about CTE teachers starting later and having high schoolers who really want training come in for an after-school CTE block? So instead of subtracting from Hutch and starting over, we just add to Hutch. I have to address students not completing the 4 years in a CTE track as a failure. I think it is a success for students to try a CTE track and find out it is not for them and try something else. That's what it is there for. How many of you guys have changed your major in college as an adult? Trying to figure out what you want to do when you grow up in a practical way is not a failure. I know the goal is to cut costs, and that is what Dr. Meinert said at the last board meeting. But in a time where we cannot fully staff all schools, shown by the budget excess last year, is a real goal to cut costs by having experienced teachers leave in disgust? I know quite a few excellent, experienced teachers who are considering this, including myself. Switching out experienced teachers with new teachers sure saves a lot of money in the budget, but it reduces the quality of education. Right now, I'm very angry and sad at the situation, and I no longer have any trust in the school district. I want transparency, and I want the district to recognize how great Hutch is, how great the teachers and students are, and to help Hutch grow and not to hinder it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Bernheim. Next on the list is Wendy Dominique.
I know the rules, right?
I assume so.
My name is Wendy Dominique, Dominique. I live here in Fairbanks, and I just wanted to come and let you all know about something that I saw on TV just the other day. It's called Einstein Did Not Use Flashcards. You all may have already heard about this, but it was a lady that was doing a presentation on one of the GMA3 shows, I believe it was. And you can Google it also. There's a book out on it as well. And I thought the message that it brings to our children is very positive because our kids love to play these games all the time. It takes them away from the computers a lot, but it gives them a look at you can play and still learn. The other thing I wanted to tell you about is my subbing. I am still out there subbing. I am still trying to recruit people to sub for you guys. And I honestly want to let you know it's been a great pleasure for me. The teachers are very helpful. You can go to whatever school you like. You can work the hours you want to work. I get to travel to Ireland, still come back and still have my job. And I really love what I'm doing, and I'm trying to recruit as much as I can. And I just want you all to know that there are some people that really appreciate subbing. Also, I like to congratulate the winners of the board that are on the board now, Naomi and Ms. Hull. I want to let you guys know I give it all to you and make great time of it. It won't be this hard always, you know. We're getting through, I think, the most of the hardship. And thank you very much for being on the board.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dominique, for your testimony and for all your service over the years. Next on the list is Nicholas McMillan. State your name, spelling your last, and provide your area of residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Nicholas McMillan, McMillan. and I'm from Two Rivers. So recently I heard a mention of misinformation that got expanded on a little bit, and figured let's talk about it. So education is supposed to teach students how to think, not what to think. That distinction matters most when messages come from positions of authority, because those messages don't just express opinions, they model standards. Critical thinking is a discipline. It requires skepticism, evidence, listening, and good faith debate. It also requires a willingness to question our own assumptions, because none of us are immune to bias. When a political disagreement is explained away as a result of misinformation rather than intentional choice, it subtly redefines critical thinking as arriving at predetermined conclusions. In an educational context, that should concern us. If critical thinking is framed as the ability to reason correctly toward approved outcomes rather than reason independently across differing perspectives, then it ceases to be critical thinking at all. It becomes instruction in conformity. If critical thinking can't be discussed without collapsing into political certainty, then politics have no place in educational leadership or board meetings. Students should be taught how to recognize misinformation without assuming it explains every difference of opinion. Disagreement is not evidence of ignorance. Teaching students how to evaluate claims and think independently is a standard education should uphold. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. McMillan. Let's see. Okay, next on the list we have Nikki Eisman.
Nikki Eisman, E-I-S-E-M-A-N, also from the People's Republic of Esther. We're well represented tonight. Okay, I want to take a minute and talk about the $11 million surplus and how it fits into the bigger picture of the past few years. These may be bullet points, not super well organized. Yes, it's valid for community members and the Assembly to ask how we came to have this unanticipated surplus, and for the administration and board to do what they can to avoid this in the future. This is not a unique situation. I recall that several years ago, the Assembly also had an unanticipated surplus, which also raised many questions from the community. Another question is whether the board made the correct cuts and reductions over the past 5 years. I say yes. I sat in this room when Joy and Nordale were closed. It broke my heart. But after a conversation with the Nordale principal, I came to understand that consolidation, a move that allows us to put district money into staff and students rather than buildings, makes sense. And I want to add in here that I think this is really relevant. The birth rate in Fairbanks has gone down 26% in the last 10 years. So when we talk about fewer students, I think that that's a number we don't talk about enough. 26% in Fairbanks, 20 statewide, 10% nationally. Okay. We have been more fiscally responsible than any of the other big districts. Anchorage has currently depleted their reserves, has a $90 million deficit, and is about to have to cut 500 teachers, raising class sizes by 4 students per class. They're turning to their city council for an $11 million emergency bailout, for lack of a better word. Instead, our district has made some incredibly painful cuts, has reorganized in a way that puts us in a more secure footing going forward. Because of the cuts we made, we're able to, with a smaller footprint, able to reinvest in programs that are so important to this community, to restore elementary music and ELP. And I was thrilled to hear that administration has listened to the community and is proposing before school care in all our elementary schools. These are hard times for public education. State and national policies are working against us. Teachers' union and teachers have been vilified. Resources have become scarcer and scarcer. Let's not attack an administration and board that is working hard to invest in staff and students. They took no pleasure in closing schools. Let's work together to make things better in the community we all love. Let's not be like rats in a cage, chewing off each other's tails as we fight for scarce resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eisman. Next on my list is Adia Cotter.
Adia Cotter, C-O-T-T-E-R. I live in the McGrath area. Sorry, got that. In my professional capacity, I have been working with Andrea Wade and her team, planning a career fair next Thursday at Hutchison High School. When I looked at the list a couple days ago, there were 40 different careers represented at the fair, and there's a waiting list. That's 40 different organizations in our town that think it is a valuable use of their time to come sit at a table and talk to students about careers that exist in this community. I want to thank Andrea and her team for all their hard work doing that. We have the support of the job center downtown as well, so thank you to them. I think it's amazing that there are so many different people in this town that are willing to come and invest their time in our students. I think that's a testimony to how the community views the school district as a potential market for workers. I think growing our own is very important. And so I think, people would not come and spend 4 hours sitting at a table talking to kids if they didn't think it was worth their time, and if they didn't think that these were kids that were worthy of their attention. So thank you to Andrea for all her hard work, getting such a great variety of people to come. I encourage all high school students, if you think you know what you want to do after school, or if you are exploring or you want to change your mind, come to Hutchison High School next Thursday from 11 to 3. Talk to who is there, ask questions, explore the different things that are available for careers here in this town, and take advantage of this great opportunity to think about what you want to do after school. And if you're a parent, you're welcome to come and talk to the various careers as well, get information for your kids, or if you're just curious yourself what exists in this town, you're more than welcome as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cotter. Looks like we'll have time for maybe 2 more people. Next on the list is Pepper McFarland.
Good evening, I'm Pepper McFarland. I have a new little badge that says Pepper McFarland for House District 33. Running against Mike Prox. That's not why I'm here, though. I have a couple of concerns. Looking at the budget, I am concerned that we've made this mistake before. I feel like maybe we should have a better accountant. This feels like a mistake at an organization this large that should not happen twice. I feel like our budget should be more itemized. It should be more clear what it is we're going to spend money on and why we have money left over. My second point is that looking at the budget, I think it was page 332, it was where how much money would be spent on certified staff. The difference between 2026 and 2027 was $61,000. That's probably the cost of replacing the teacher at Barnett. Does that mean there's no intention to give teachers raises in this bargaining contract? Is that where we're going to go? I don't think so. I don't believe that any of you or administration is going to say, no, we're not going to give teachers any raises at all. I just want to make sure that when we get to the bargaining and there's this conversation about raises, that we don't say, we're going to put music back. I support that. We're going to put the Barnett teacher back. I support that. We're going to have before care. I love the idea. I'm afraid that we're going to get there and they're going to say, oh, well, now we have to cut all those things because we have to give teachers raises. Please don't blame this on us. There's been 20% inflation in the last few years. We've gotten a 3% raise. Please do not blame this on us. Thank you for what you do for us. I get that the job you have is very hard. So is ours. Thank you.
I should have cut that, Ms. McFarland. Thank you for your testimony. That is the end of the folks who signed up in advance. So we'll go to the first person on the sign-up list that was in the room, Gail McBride.
If you don't mind, since didn't you say there's just time for one more? I'd like to give that to Rich instead of myself.
He's not on my list.
Oh, okay. Gail McBride with Moms for Liberty. I live in Fairbanks. One of the missions of Moms for Liberty as we stand for truth is to hold leaders accountable. Comments by Mr. Burgess at the end of the board meeting on January 20 were inappropriate, offensive, and possibly unethical. There would be much to address in the rich irony, except the very reason I'm addressing them prohibits me from discussing them here. The school board was elected to do school-related work. There is no place for personal political activism. This has happened more than once. There may be a pattern. Our community is a community who are opinionated, but we are avid supporters of our military and law enforcers. We support upholding the law. We support making changes, if desired, through means provided through our Constitution. As an elected school board member, sending the message to our students that supporting an insurrection, engaging in violence is irresponsible and dangerous. Stating your support for an insurrection is unacceptable. Our community wants our schools to teach academics, factual science, history, and others, not ideology, as you suggested in teaching how to identify propaganda. Political opinions like family values belong in the family. I will suggest that a decision be made to either be a political activist or a school board member. You may not be an activist from the dais.
Thank you, Ms. McBride, for your testimony. Because the last two folks did wrap a little earlier than the 3 minutes, we have room for one more, Doug Crevenston.
Thank you. Before I start, I just want to say the testimony by the Hutch staff and educators was pretty powerful. Okay, I'm here tonight to comment on the state's response to the Pearl Creek STEAM Charter School's appeal of the school board's decision to deny PSC's application to establish a charter school. My comments will center first on the deficiencies of the state's response, and second on the danger of the state deciding how Fairbanks will run its schools. When a charter school, some background information here, okay? Let's get through it. When a charter school application is denied by a local school district, those proposing the new charter can appeal the decision to the State Board of Education. The State Board reviews the application to ensure all statutory requirements to establish a charter school were met. In the PSC case, The state found that in 11 instances, the district's review of the application was in error. Most of these errors dealt with program and financial information provided in the application that the district thought was vague, inadequate, or missing. The state disagreed, writing that in their view, the application was just fine, and the information PSC provided met the requirements for a charter school application as set forth in the regulations. But the PSC application was not just fine. It presents as facts targets for enrollment and finances that rely on wishful thinking. Tough issues such as student transportation and enrollment strategy to ensure the school reflects the community ethnic and economic makeup, and critical facility issues are glossed over. Statements like "we're working on it" and promises to address them in the future abound. That said, people at the State Department of Education, while they are good at identifying the requirements for a charter school application, don't have the knowledge and background to assess the merits of the information contained in the application. Our school board, administrators, and educators do have this knowledge and found PSC's information was deficient and the PSC plan needs work before a charter is granted. To me, this is reasonable. Which leads me to the second issue I want to address tonight. Is everyone in this room okay with the state telling our community how to run our schools? The state saying you must establish this new school in this place to open this September, and you, the district, are responsible for funding it, even if you need to take funds from all your other schools to do so. Further, if the school district does not meet its, okay, I'm going to talk on, man. I'm 79 years old, give me a break. All right?
Mr. Krivenstein, I do have to cut you off. I apologize. If I would appreciate it, however, if you could send the rest of your testimony to the board via email.
Okay. These are the last of my comments on the PSC charter school, also known as the government school. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krivenstein. And I apologize. I erred by failing at the beginning of public testimony to invite students. So I'm going to ask the board to allow me to suspend the rules to invite students to the dais, if there are any who would like to testify. Please state your name, spelling your last, and give your general area of residence. You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
All right. Hi. Good evening. My name is Zoe Law, spelled L-A-W, and I live in North Pole. Tonight, I come before you board members. At Hutch, I'm known as sophomore class representative, but here I come tonight as a representative of Hutchison's student body. I'm sorry. The changes that are being proposed to Hutchison High School really hurt. I'm sorry. As a student and an older sibling, Hutchison has provided me with a lot of opportunities for growth and exploration in myself. And it's something that I would really like to stay open to other students in the same way that it has been open to me. I have been supported by so many teachers, and our counselors constantly push us to do better. Our librarian makes themes every month to get our students inspired to read. Hutchison's community is truly a special one, and one that wouldn't remain with these changes made. Thank you for hearing me out, for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Lau, for your testimony. can be challenging sometimes to get up and speak in front of people, especially on emotional issues. So good on you for seizing that power. All right. Are there any other students in the audience who would like to testify this evening? Seeing none, we will close public testimony. And board, we're going to take a 10-minute break. All right, it's 7:30 p.m. We're bringing this meeting of the school board back to order Tuesday, February 3rd. Next on our agenda is the Borough Assembly report. Liz Reeves, Borough Assembly member, will provide the Assembly report. I think this should say Borough Assembly Deputy Chair.
Deputy Presiding Officer.
Deputy Presiding Officer. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I know that last month, Mr. Armstrong gave a report towards the end of the month, so we've only had one regular meeting since he last came and provided an update. So my updates can be pretty brief. And I had to dig a little deep to get something that was applicable to the school district and the school board. We passed last Thursday ordinance number 2026-01, which was an ordinance adding a tax incentive for housing. The focus of this is going to be to increase available housing, specifically trying to target the incoming military families that need 3-bedroom homes. It was very similar to a previous ordinance that had been passed, I think, in 23, and that ordinance, that tax incentive added, I think, 100. I don't remember the exact numbers, but over 100 units, but they were mostly studio and 1-bedroom. So this is focusing on 3-bedroom units. Upcoming, we are going to, again, I had to dig deep to find things for you guys. This on Thursday, we are going to, at our work session, look at resolution number 2026-04, which is a resolution adopting the fiscal year 2027 capital improvement program. So we haven't taken any action on that. We will hear it for the first time on Thursday. And then I did bring a prepared statement. And this is mainly for your listening audience rather than you guys who all are pretty aware of this. But I am sure that many of you want to know more about the $11.4 million that will be administratively moved from the district unassigned fund balances to the borough's maintenance reserve fund for school district facilities. This is a sensitive topic, and I don't have the knowledge or time to present on it tonight, or the authority to present on it. What I can say is that the section of Borough Code addressing the maximum accumulation of district funds has been in place for many years and in its current form since 2018. This move will be done internally through the Borough Finance Department following the acceptance of the annual financial audit. It's my understanding that the audit committee is going to meet next Thursday, the 12th, prior to the regular assembly meeting. So it should, if everything goes well, the audit should be approved then. For everyone's information, the Borough Administration will be giving the Assembly a presentation centering around the borough's owned general fund, these $11.4 million, and the Capital Improvement Program Maintenance Reserve Fund at 5:30 on Thursday, the 5th, at our upcoming Finance Committee meeting. This meeting has no public comment items, but I'm sure the Assembly will have many questions. People can watch online or come in person in the Assembly chambers. The administration will be happy to answer anyone's questions following that presentation. And that is my report to you guys today.
Thank you, Ms. Reeves. Questions from the board? Mr. Doran.
I thank you for your report. A question on the housing, and I was very pleased that it's focused on families because I was there when the Assembly passed it, focused on more single military. Does that help our big picture, both for military families who are rotating up here, PCSing up here, so they have more options, as well as military families who may decide to retire here, or if they are ending their service, staying in Fairbanks, because I know that was part of an issue that I heard from some military, looking, is there housing for us?
That's a really good question, Mr. Doran, and I think that it's to increase the available housing stock in our borough, with the focus being on larger units. And then the breakdown of the incentives is like, I don't have the exact numbers, but the more units that you build, the longer your the tax break will happen. So it's to encourage more units. I think if you build like 1 to 2 units, it's good for 3 years, and then it goes up. With the more units you build, the longer that incentive goes. So it's just this ordinance didn't have anything to do with who's going to be. That's private sector to determine who they're going to rent or sell to. There was one. There was a stipulation in there that they have to remain long-term rentals. That if they do go to a short-term rental, then they have to pay back all of the tax breaks that they've received up until that point. So the focus is to increase the available housing stock in the borough for longer-term rentals, be that people who retire here or are moving up here.
Great, thank you. And I love that idea of attracting people to our community, that they have affordable housing, that more broadly. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Julian.
Yes, thank you so much for your report tonight. I also wanted to ask about the tax incentive for housing ordinance. And in particular, is there a specific area of the borough that it's going to be focused on, or is it just borough-wide?
So there were 3 different criteria that it had to meet, and it basically covers the entire borough. There was in the original ordinance, it was amended. Ms. Wilson amended it successfully because there was a part that it had to be on public water, which did limit a lot of the availability, and we removed that. So we did stipulate that it has to have water, so a holding tank or a well. We're not looking to build 3-bedroom dry cabins, but it basically is the entire borough. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions from the board. Thank you for your report, Ms. Reeves.
Thank you, guys.
Right, next on our agenda is advisory members' reports and comments. Let's go to Miss Charlie on Zoom.
Good evening. I just wanted to apologize for not being there in person, but also I just also want to thank all of the public comments, everyone for your heartfelt comments this evening. Thank you for that. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Charlie. Mr. Wade?
Good evening. I have very little to report today, mainly to save your time and my own. Warm weather, if you couldn't tell by my t-shirt and vest, is slowly but surely coming back. At least on my front out in North Pole area, student spirits are definitely up, as well as my own. I had the amazing opportunity to catch Lathrop High School's production of The Little Mermaid on their closing night. I got it by the skin of my teeth. For a lack of a better word, it was absolutely awesome. And I'm so proud to serve students like those involved in the production. Additionally, I have a newfound respect for advocating for watching productions alone. It's a whole new reality when you're able to sit there with your own thoughts and process something versus with a bunch of teenage boys, basically. Additionally, I'm super excited to head down to Juneau with my fellow board members this Friday. Super excited to talk to legislators and advocate for public education. And as usual, check out FNSBSD student rep on Instagram and Facebook for regular updates on policy, agenda, and student happenings. I try to make those as easily accessible as possible. So not only I am forced to go and look through and research this further so I can provide a deeper answer, but also so my students and peers and community members are more involved in what happens on this board. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. Any questions from board members? All right, not seeing any. Let's go to Colonel Foster.
Hey, good evening. I don't have anything to share with the board this evening. I'll yield my time to Colonel Campbell.
All right, Colonel Campbell.
Thanks, Tim. No, appreciate the time tonight, and I think I've said a couple times. It's always I appreciate the recognition of excellence of Miss Vanessa Delaire and Mrs. Sherry Young. This community is filled with excellence. They're invested in our families and our kids. Just to highlight that U.S. Army Garrison Alaska at Fort Wainwright was recognized relatively recently as the best garrison in the Pacific. And it's because of our workforce and the people in the community that make that the installation what it is. And so I just want to highlight that for the community. But it's always a proud moment in this community, and reason why I keep trying to come back is because of the people. So in addition to that, operationally, Joint Pacific Multinational Readiness Center, Alaska, JPMRC exercise is underway. If you haven't seen some things rolling down the roads, but 5 to 14 February, we'll do reception and kind of staging, and then families, you expect 15th to the 25th, high intensity training period in which we'll start executing operations. So you'll see a lot of families that will be out in the field, and a lot of kids will be missing parents at that point. And then the 26 to 4 March, they'll return and start downloading equipment and returning to normal, relatively normal operations. So we'll have relatively eight allied partners, and the installation will grow by about 3,000 to 4,000 people. So you might see that within the community, as well as having kids not having mom and dad at home during that time. But awesome event for us, but it does have an impact to the community. So thanks, Tim, for the extra time, and hopefully we're setting a high bar for you in the Pacific.
Thank you, Colonel Campbell. Mr. Dorn.
First, I'll start. Congratulations on the recognition. And that's a nice lead into the question I was coming to tonight. In the past, and I addressed this to both colonels, you've talked about potential buildups with the Borough Assembly report, providing more housing that would be available to families, military and otherwise. Just an update on where that may or may not be, or the uncertainties surrounding that, because I think the indication is it could start as early as this fall, but those timelines are very variable. But just an update from each of your respective installations.
I'll jump in first and then let Tim follow as required. But at
Will
least
you
on
yield
yes, I'll
time to
yield
him?
my extra time to
Okay.
Tim. Yes. No, that was a great question, and I really appreciate those comments and kind of where we're at with that. That is something we're looking hard at. What I can tell you and is official with orders is we know we're going to get a combat aviation brigade up here at Fort Wainwright. As of right now, we feel housing-wise on post on the installation that we can support that. But we also know that that affects the community and a number of other things. In addition to that, we're looking at some other capabilities, at some very senior levels. So as we get approvals and those processors are being worked, we will absolutely keep you all informed. As of right now, we don't have any additional growth outside of that formation that we think would have a significant impact. We always have retirees that get up here, love being up here, ended up wanting to stay, and those houses are significantly needed for the growth. But we're seeing a lot of capability being required in the Pacific to support operations, and Alaska is a pretty strategic location associated with that. So we don't expect to be going anywhere anytime soon, but our footprint is definitely expanding up here. Right now, we think we have the capacity to support though as far as housing on the installation. So, but like I said, we'll continue to work with you and push out information to the community if we think we get outside of that. I'll turn it over to Tim and see what he has.
Yep. Hey, thank you for that tee up. So we have approximately 175 aircraft maintainers still coming as part of the F-35 bed down. So they are still en route. We expect them as early as late summer and starting into the fall timeframe. And then we have another approximately 240 personnel and their families coming up as part of the plus up of the KC-135s into the 168th, where we'll have a blended total force integration unit there. So we'll have active duty members working with our guardsmen. And so if you just run the numbers there, that's what we have coming in. And we actually have some significant housing shortages. So it's good to hear that we're seeing some of those incentives to get folks to build. We are looking for those 3-bedroom homes off the installation. And our single airmen, they'll be on unaccompanied. They'll be living on post, and we'll be actually looking to work with the University of Alaska Fairbanks to try to look into tapping into their dormitories to help offset some of the shortages we have near term. We do have some major MILCON military construction projects coming in the next 5 years, but as you know, the build season here is 3 to 4 months, so it takes a while to build, and the costs are exponentially higher than it is in the lower 48. So we do have a lot of challenges, but we're excited to get the people here. We'll make it work. We always do. Over.
Thank you, Colonel Foster. Anything further from the board? All right, thank you. That brings us to our next item, which is board committee reports. Board committee chairs are invited to share. Ms. Hull.
Thanks. I just wanted to report back on a January 14th board committee meeting, policy committee meeting. We did have a couple of policies that were presented for discussion. There wasn't any action items. And we will be seeing those here in the future when Article 4 comes before the board.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Doran.
Just want to announce a reminder that the curriculum committee will be meeting on Thursday evening. That's this Thursday at 5:30. Look forward to a good discussion and as we review some CTE and continue our discussions also around social studies and what's happening there.
Thank you. Ms. Doolian.
Thank you. I'll report tonight on 2 committees. The Legislative Committee concluded its meeting, and at the last meeting of this board, we accepted the legislative priorities. This coming week, 7 through 10 February, Mr. Wade, Mrs. Hull, Mr. Doran, and I will be headed to Juneau for the Alaska Association of School Board legislative fly-in, and we're looking forward to implementing those legislative priorities that came through the committee. And then also the Budget Committee next meeting is February 26th at 5:30 p.m. here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Doolian. Ms. Maple.
The Diversity Committee met for the first time with me as the chair, and we sort of went over what we expect to see the committee do and got to hear from our new committee members and existing committee members about what's been going on, what they hope to see happen. And we're going to really get into the work of it at our next meeting, which is scheduled for February 19th, I think. And I just wanted to say we still have some spots open for an ESSA rep. We have a spot open for at least 1 community member and I think maybe 2 parents. So if you're interested in participating, we would love to have you. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Any, Miss Hewitt?
Yeah, I was just going to announce the Family Engagement Committee's next meeting is March 26th.
Thank you. All right. That was okay. Thank you, board, for those committee reports. That brings us to the president's report. And I just want to report out on the board retreat for the public. This past weekend, the board met Friday and Saturday all day long for our board retreat. I know retreat makes it sound like it's nice and relaxing, but it's actually a lot of hard work. And it was great. Thank you, board, for showing up and doing that hard work. We heard from our board retreat is facilitated by AASB. We appreciate that, and we heard a presentation on trauma-engaged schools from AASB, which was very informative. We also did our board's self-assessment. Great discussions there on what we can do to continue growing as a board, growing our professional development, as well as just improving our policy and practice. So I appreciate that discussion. And we also had some discussions on policy. So I think it went very well. I am also very much open to feedback if anybody has differing opinions there. But I think that I really appreciate the board getting together and doing that work. It's an intense 2 days when we do those retreats, and it means a lot to show up and be there for it. So thank you, board. And that's all I have, unless anyone has any questions. All right, not seeing any, so we'll go on to the superintendent's report. Dr. Minert.
All right, thank you, President Burgess. Our purchasing department will be hosting a vendor fair on February 13th, and the public and the vendor community are invited to come learn more about doing business with our district. Specific topics that will be covered are service contracts and standards, licensing and insurance requirements, ordering and invoicing, and bidding opportunities. And the purchasing department is looking forward to connecting with our community. It's the first type of fair that they've hosted, and so they're really excited to break down any barriers that folks might have with our purchasing department. So come check that out. As mentioned in my last superintendent report, our out of attendance and schools of choice lotteries are currently open. If you are interested, or you're interested in your student attending a school of choice or attending a neighborhood school out of your attendance area, now is the time to apply for those lotteries. You can find a link to our out of attendance area lottery page on the front page of our website, and that will direct you how to apply for those specific lotteries. Project Search is also accepting applications. Project Search is a school to work transition program for young people with disabilities. If you or someone you know is completing their last year of high school and would benefit from employability skills training, this could be a perfect opportunity for you. Project Search will be hosting an open house on February 12th at 10 a.m. at the Fairbanks Memorial Hospital, and it is an excellent program. Many of our board members and the administration attend their graduation every year, and it's amazing to see the employability skills that they learn over the course of the year, and then see them out in the community putting those skills into action. A reminder that our climate survey is currently open for families to complete. This is one of our family engagement goals this year, is increasing participation in that survey. So thank you to everyone who has already taken a few minutes to complete this survey. Schools with the highest family participation so far are Barnett Magnet, Boreal Sun, Wood River, University Park, and Chinook Charter. So that is still open, and we'd love to get more participants. Legislative update, I provided invited testimony for the House Education Committee on House Bill 261 yesterday. There are two key provisions in this bill that may be helpful for districts around the state and would be helpful for us. One of those items, instead of relying on the October student count as the sole factor of revenue, the bill proposes a 3-year average ADM to ease the loss in revenue most districts experience due to changing student enrollments. So interesting provision there that would flatten out the loss and the impact of student enrollment for districts. The other provision I'm very supportive of the bill is looking at a true up of intensive students later in the year past the October count period. Oftentimes intensive students do join districts after that count period, and so the bill calls for a provision of a true up in February, which could provide significant dollars to district to provide services for some of our most at-risk students. And so I encourage you to follow that HB 261 as it makes its way through the legislature, as I do think it has a couple helpful provisions for our district. Lastly, I'm excited to provide an update on our yearly goals that are aligned to school action plans as we continue progress on literacy, collecting baseline math data, continuing our Growth for All campaign by ensuring all students have the supports they need to be successful, strengthening family engagement, including seeking higher participation rates in our climate and connectedness survey, and improving regular attendance for all students. And then lastly, building upon efforts to increase graduation rates, which last year we set record high graduation rates here in the district, which we're very proud of. A key graduation strategy that we're continuing to work on is reducing the percentage of students who are credit deficient, with a specific focus in 2 goal areas, with a freshman credit goal and then a credit deficient goal for all of our students. We're seeing an excellent trend throughout our high schools through this first semester, decreasing the number of students who are credit deficient by 3%. And Lathrop is showing the largest improvement among our local high schools with their decline in students that are credit deficient. And that matches up with their higher graduation rates last year. So it's great to see all the support that's going in from our teachers, counselors, staff, and families to ensure our students are being successful in high school and graduating on time. From the fall baseline to the winter checkpoint for literacy, we're seeing encouraging momentum in our reading proficiency work. Literacy map assessment data improved district-wide by 6 percentage points, with the large majority of schools showing gains from fall to winter. Regular attendance also improved district-wide by 3%. And in addition, our students receiving special education services saw a strong 3% increase in MAP reading proficiencies, which is part of a sub-goal under Growth for All. Several schools demonstrated notable fall to winter momentum. Some of the strongest gains in literacy were seen at University Park, North Pole Elementary, Hunter Elementary, Arctic Light Elementary, and Effie Cochran Charter School. And we also saw meaningful attendance gains at Effie Cochran Charter School, Lathrop High School, Tickassook Brown, University Park, North Pole Elementary, and Ryan Middle. Our second semester approach will include what's working reviews. So our principals are looking at that data from fall to winter to see what's working and sharing ideas with other principals that they may be able to implement in their schools. And then also looking at areas, if they didn't quite reach their benchmark goals, what needs to be tweaked, what might they be able to implement to reach those goals for the spring. So lastly, just a huge thanks to our educators and students and families who are working incredibly hard to see this growth. For the last couple of years, we've seen great growth in our academics and our climate and connectedness data, and we want that to continue to happen. So thank you. That concludes my report for this evening, and happy to answer any questions for the board.
Ms. Julian.
Thank you. It's great to hear about the attendance goals and the increases there. I just didn't catch it. Can you state again when they're going to be getting together and kind of sharing what they've done around it and ideas of that they could implement at other schools?
Yeah, they've already started some of that work, but we get together monthly with our principals. And so at our February K-12 meeting, some of those conversations will happen K-12, and then they also happen with our breakout sessions with just elementary principals and just secondary principals.
Yeah, thank you. And if there's anything, do you have like any spoilers that you can share with us as like some of the things that they're doing that are just, I just know that they're working so hard to increase attendance, and I know that this is a national thing. This isn't just our district. Since COVID, chronic absenteeism has been a problem for all school districts. So if you can share anything.
I might look to Miss Gillum because she is like an attendance guru, not only within our district, but statewide. And so, Miss Gillum, are there any things that you would like to point out in terms of attendance that we've seen some growth in?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. I would say that schools have really focused on, we've talked about, present, not perfect. So they've been looking at setting goals and having specific targeted celebrations and support for students when they're reaching attendance goals. Specifically, we've been measuring regular attendance, which is students who are attending 90% or more of the school year. So we've enabled them to see where that data is. We have data readily accessible through PowerSchool Analytics and Insights, where we've been showing principals and staff where they can access who those students are who are on the cusp of maybe being chronically absent and how to support them. We've also pushed out educational resources to them in terms of how can they help families understand and what are some critical touch points that we can do in terms of when students are trending towards chronic absenteeism. So I think we've really tried to focus on the positive parts of it. We really know that the greatest impact in terms of interventions happen at the classroom level too. The classroom teachers are really the strongest partners that families often feel like they have. So having resources available to them in terms of how to notice when students are gone, how to have those really positive conversations and build those positive connections with students.
Mr. Dorn.
Thank you. Thanks for that report, and I really appreciate the updates on the goals we have and for the public. Two questions I had was on legislation, and you were talking 261, House Bill 261, and you mentioned averaging out the losses. Is the bill, because I've been here in years, the big thing was, why can't we take better advantage of February count because we've increased? I know that is not the last couple of years, but when I look, so how does the bill address in terms of it averages out the losses now the districts are seeing, but the flip side of that is it averages out the gains, and how that might play if we have all these families due coming or whatever.
Yeah, so the bill doesn't currently account for a February true up for ADM. So that true up is currently only for intensive students in the bill. There were some conversations with Representative Story, who's the main author of the bill, with superintendents prior to the bill being pre-filed, and it is pretty sporadic around the state in terms of who gains and who loses or who loses students in the spring. And so the final determination in terms of the way that the bill is currently written does not offer a true up for the ADM for all students enrolled, just for that intensive part.
Second question.
Go ahead, Mr. Dorn.
The other question, I don't really mean to put you on the spot, but it is in a sense. But we've had discussion in the last few weeks, and we've heard testimony tonight in terms of the Hutch presentation that was given with some ideas. And I'm just thinking in terms of clarification, at what point we can clarify that no decisions have been made on Hutch. We do know, and we even talked about this last night in the budget, that Hutch is doing an initiative to recruit part-time students. They used to have a lot more opportunities for students to have better transportation, reliable transportation without losing instructional time. But could you give a little bit of clarification on that?
I appreciate the question. Yes, I think we're very early on in terms of the planning for a possible Hutch redesign. It's kind of interesting. We've talked about it from the dais before, but in order for the board to dive into these conversations, we have to have an open meeting and a work session to get ideas out on the table. And so we have a CTE committee that's been working through a variety of plans for quite a while that had a broad stakeholder base. that helped design this initial plan, and that's what came forward for some initial conversations with the board at a work session. And so I think we had some good questions at that work session, and some good takeaways in terms of things that we need to continue to look at. We know, we need to get a little tighter in terms of what the fiscal note would be for a specific model. As we heard tonight, tightening up what the lottery or application process would look like. And then obviously some more conversations with staff. It came through loud and clear that staff felt like they didn't have meaningful input into that plan. And so, myself and other administrators will be at Hutch to ensure that their voice is heard and they can play an active part in this plan. And really at the end of the day, like I said at the work session, what we end up with may be very different than what the plan is on paper, but I'm hopeful that the goal and kind of the why behind all of the work that's gone into this is really to increase access and choice for our students. We know we have students throughout the borough that may be interested in CTE, but have not had access to the opportunities that are available at Hutch. And so really our real goal is trying to ensure that students and families who are very interested in CTE have those opportunities, and Hutch is a great place to have those opportunities. So really early on in the process, and look forward to more conversations about the plan.
Ms. Hull.
Thank you. Dr. Minor, could you, I guess through the chair, you said that there was a broad stakeholder representation in this committee. Could you give us a little bit of a breakdown as far as who is represented, students, staff, etc.?
Yeah, I might turn to you, Ms. Gillum or Ms. Maple, who was on the committee, to help me out with that.
Can take a stab, and then Ms. Gillum will need to fill in my gaps. I know that there were several people from industry that were represented. There was CTC from the university was represented, a counselor and a teacher from Hutch, myself, the CTC court director. Okay, I'll give up now.
Hutch administration has been a part of the group through the whole time. There's always been a board member on the group. And then our partners at the university have been a part of it, both UAF and CTC. And then from the district, we've also had a military representative. So Georgia Sandgren has been a part of it. And then Chelsea Taylor, who represents our McKinney-Vento and foster care liaison.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions from the board. So at this point, we'll move on to our next agenda item, which is our proposed budget presentation. Superintendent Dr. Luke Meinert and Mr. Andy DeGraw, Chief Operations Officer, will present the administration's FY27 proposed budget. And board members, we're going to ask you to hold your questions till the end tonight. Mr. DeGraw.
Alrighty, thank you, President Burgess. I get into presentation mode here. Alrighty, appreciate the opportunity to present our FY27 proposed budget tonight. We had a work session last evening where we introduced it officially to the board and any listening public. Another follow-up presentation here at our regular meeting tonight. So yeah, appreciate the questions at the end. I'll run through it a little quicker than yesterday, but yeah, certainly open to any and all questions that board members have at the end of the presentation. So before I jump into the presentation, just want to give a couple of shout outs. One, Michelle Nielsen, my administrative assistant. She's really the backbone of the guts of the budget process, and appreciate her hard work and her attention to detail. Also, Rebecca Herbie, our communications director, she does a lot of work for our presentations to present to the public. So appreciate their efforts. And we'll go ahead and jump into the presentation. I guess before I get to the first slide, I'd also want to just make a general statement. In my time here in the district, and I would guess going back probably 15 to 20 years, I'm not sure we have seen a budget like we're going to see this evening. I think it's a testament, while we acknowledge the difficult decisions that have been made over not just last year, but probably the last, I would say, 2 to 3 years. We're seeing the fruits of those difficult decisions. As we work through the hard years, we're now seeing the benefits of those difficult decisions. And it really comes into contrast when you look around the state. Just want to point that out. Might reference that again later in the presentation, but we're seeing a different situation here in Fairbanks than we are anywhere else in the state of Alaska. So first, looking at student enrollment, several year look back, about 11, 12-year look back. Student enrollment is a direct driver of state revenue, and so that's why we focus on it up front. See a steady gradual decline. The large decline there in 21 was COVID related, school closure time, and so we saw a steep drop and then a gradual recovery, but didn't recover back to original levels. Up as high as near 14,000 and down the last year. That's our projected number for next school year at 11,042. Current year actual number is 11,200. Just a little bit more of a drill down focus on the last couple of years of student enrollment. So the green is in projected and the blue is in actual. We've seen larger than normal declines those 2 prior years, current year and last year. This year, we're projecting about 158 student drop, which is, we're hoping things level out. So looking back historically, we haven't seen 3 consecutive years of large declines in the past, and we're optimistic that we'll see a little bit of a level out, but still somewhat of a decline. General revenue trend, looking back several years as well. Going back to 2014, revenue as high as $220 million. This is general fund specifically, down to just under 200 million in FY27 projected revenue. So fund balance, there's been a lot of conversation about fund balance in the public the last week or two. Just want to talk a little bit about that and make a couple of general statements as well. When a district, when an organization as large as ours makes significant structural changes, we've closed several school buildings over the last 5 years. We've reduced about 360 FTE district-wide in the last several years. When you make large structural reductions, there are many savings that you can confidently, accurately predict in advance. Positions that we're going to save in a school closure, utilities, we're going to save that. There's specific things that we can articulate, and we know how much we're going to save. There are other savings, they're often called soft savings, that will come later on down the road that you really don't have the ability to accurately predict. And so when these savings, somebody might ask somebody sitting in my chair at the beginning of the process, are you gonna have more savings of that? Maybe. Well, how much is it going to be? No, don't really have an ability to have an accurate idea of what those maybe savings might be. And then when it relates to budgeting, the district would never incorporate those kind of concepts of potential soft savings going forward into an actual budget that we create and put forth to the public. And then added to that, the last layer I'll mention is probably the most important. That uncertainty on the expense side added to the uncertainty on the revenue side. So the last several years, we've dealt with tremendous uncertainty on the state revenue side throughout our entire budget process. If folks recall, we didn't have state revenue established until the month of August. And a last final needed veto override, I think, required a state legislator to be flown over from Europe, from guard duty over in Europe, in order to make that happen. And so the uncertainty on the revenue side the last several years has been to the extent that the district just hasn't been able to count on possible future savings when we've made structural changes to the district. And that's what's occurred here. This slide articulates the majority of the unanticipated savings that we saw in fiscal year 25. This is not an exhaustive list. These are the three main factors that led to the savings. So first, we had a significant decline in health plan enrollees, and that created the largest single unanticipated savings amount. So in our risk fund, we saw lower expenditures on health insurance claims in particular. Other savings in the risk fund, but the main bulk of those were in health insurance savings. The second was unanticipated federal impact aid funding. Federal impact aid has always been difficult to predict in amounts and also timing. We typically receive most of that revenue in the months of February and March, but sometimes it comes in April and May, and the amounts have been difficult to predict. And then the last thing that contributed to additional or lower costs in FY25 were vacancies directly attributable to the contracting out of custodial services. So beginning or a little after the time the board made the decision to go that route, we started to see additional vacancies. Each month there were a few more and a few more, and it just wasn't possible for administration to anticipate that in advance, what was actually going to occur, and then again budget on that item with the uncertain revenue situation that we were confronted with. So those were the bulk of the unanticipated savings that result and additional revenues that contributed to the increase in fund balance in FY25. Looking specifically at fund balance, there's a lot of layers to this topic. There's two different calculations that the district is subject to. There's a state calculation and then a borough calculation. The borough calculation specifically is what's creating the potential $11 million lapse. And just want to articulate for the board and public the main differences in those two calculations. So on the left, the state calculation, it includes one fund only, and that's the general fund. Other funds that we're going to talk about in a minute that the borough takes under consideration, the state calculation does not consider. Both calculations include only unreserved amounts. They don't include unrestricted amounts. Impact aid advance is excluded from both of those numbers. And then a key difference is in the state calculation, year-end encumbrances are excluded. So year-end encumbrances being expenditures that the district has begun the process to expend the dollars as of June 30th, the end of the fiscal year, but they haven't been finalized. So they're kind of hanging out there. The process has been begun, but they're not finalized. We haven't paid the bill yet, but they're planned. The state calculation and its standard accounting practice to exclude any outstanding encumbrances or POs at the end of the year from any kind of cash reserve calculations. And as you see on the right side, the borough calculation does not allow us to subtract those dollars. That equated out to $2.8 million. And that's a normal, typical amount that the district would carry over. In my time, anywhere from $2 to $4 million at the end of the year is typically outstanding purchases. The maximum allowable amount for the district currently on the state calculation is approximately $20 million. Just for context, that might sound like a lot of money. For context, that's a little bit over 1 month of expenditures for the school district. So basically about 5 weeks of expenditures is what that $20 million represents. So in contrast, on the right side, the borough calculation includes 6 different funds: general fund, transportation fund, nutrition services fund, equipment replacement fund, the risk fund, and the capital fund. It's important to note that these funds, the funds outside of the general fund, have dollars that have been specifically assigned or committed to specific purposes, operational purposes, to benefit the district. Okay, so for example, the transportation fund, that's obvious, and nutrition services fund, those funds are pretty obvious. We run a annual deficit of between $2 and $3 million on our transportation expenditures compared to the revenue that we receive. And so we're currently using fund balance in the transportation fund that's being depleted to help bridge that gap between the revenue and expenditures that we incur. The same situation occurs with Nutrition Services Fund. The Equipment Replacement Fund is holding dollars dedicated to student devices and staff laptops for a one-to-one program for students and for staff devices to do their work. The risk fund is, the majority of that is health insurance, but incorporates all of our insurances district-wide. And so the maximum allowable of the borough calculation, specifically it's 40% of the local contribution, and that's at $23 million. So $3 million additional compared to the state calculation. However, it includes all the funds in those additional 5 funds. Moving on. So specifically to the fund balance calculation, at the state level. So again, we're holding approximately $20 million. Board policy states shall not fall below 6% of general fund expenditures. The range 6 to 10% is $12 to $20 million. And so we're at the upper range of that fund balance allowance. The borough calculation, so total funds that we're holding in those 6 different funds. The capital fund, there's currently no dollars, so I didn't list it. So there's 5 funds listed there, 34.6 total unrestricted amounts there. And again, I just kind of ran through the purpose of the funds that are being held in those various accounts. The risk management fund, for context, about $35 to $40 million runs through that account, fund each year. So jump into the budget process timeline that we follow. This slide is past work that we've already accomplished. We summoned the budget committee. Their work goes through the months of mainly October and November. Then through November, December timeline, Dr. Miner, my office, are meeting with district leadership, department heads, directors, et cetera, to formulate our department level budgets and put together our total proposed district-wide budget that we are presenting to you tonight. We do that in the months of December and January. And then we are currently right here at the first part of this slide. So the beginning part of February is where we're at, presenting the board and the public our proposed budget. Through the next 2 months, the board will quote unquote work the proposed budget, receive feedback and input from various stakeholders around the community, and you'll have the opportunity to make adjustments, edit changes, adds, subtractions from that proposed budget to come up with what the second version is, the recommended budget. One of the main pieces of that budget that you'll deliberate on is the local contribution request that we send across to the borough, and that gets sent across by April 1st, and that's according to borough ordinance. And then the borough receives that budget, incorporates it into its borough level budget. I believe the local contribution is the single largest line item of their budget. They do their work through April and part of May. They're typically done with their process around the second week of May, and they'll approve a final local contribution and send it back to us. If the third version that we finalize the budget on is the approved budget, if the local contribution is exactly what we request, oftentimes there aren't really any substantive changes that we make. If it's higher, we're able to typically make adds. If it's lower than what we asked for, we typically have made reductions. So, and then we're hopeful to get our work done here with you, the board, typically around the first half of June. In the last couple of years, we haven't been able to do that because of the uncertainty at the state level. But my final report to the state, to DEED, of our final budget is due on July 15th. So that's the general timeline that we'll follow. The goal of our FY27 proposed budget is to provide the best quality education we can in a world of limited resources. We saw an increase current year of $700 to the BSA, but we know it's not enough. We certainly aren't adding back or restoring everything that has been reduced at the district over the last several years. And so we still are in a situation where, you know, there's additional items we need to get at. We're still working in a limited resource environment. And so just the goal is to provide the highest quality education we can for students. We make some major assumptions as The state and borough haven't finished their work, and we're required to put forward this proposed budget. So these are the three main assumptions we make. The BSA at 6,660. We're assuming a decrease in enrollment of 158 students, again, compared to current count at 11,042. And then we're assuming a status quo local contribution amount of $62.78 million. So main contributing factors to this proposed budget, these are two items that we saw in a previous slide that contributed to the increase in fund balance. These are recurring items that both contributed to that rise in fund balance and are now benefiting us in at least the FY27 budget. We're hopeful that it'll continue to benefit future budgets beyond that, but we're not certain, but hopeful that it will happen. So $3 million additional we're budgeting in revenue in the federal impact aid arena, and then lower expenditures in our health insurance plan that I referenced earlier. We'll be able to reduce those costs going forward, and we'll see more details on that in subsequent slides. So specifically getting into the numbers, all revenue for all funds. So all funds listed right there in the center. The three main funds or the four main funds, the four largest funds are there at the top: operating, transportation, federal program, and nutrition services. Total of all funds, $228,800,000, a $4.3 million decrease compared to the FY26 approved budget. Specifically looking at the general fund and its revenue makeup, local revenue is in the blue, a little less than 33%, about a third. State revenue in green, just shy of 58%, a little over 8% in federal revenue. And then the blue sliver at the top, we are incorporating $2.3 million of fund balance utilization in this proposed budget. Total $3.4 million decrease compared to current year. So the general fund specific revenue sources, three main revenue sources: state, local, and federal. Specifically looking at local revenue, we're seeing status quo revenue for the upcoming year. We're asking for a status quo local contribution. The other sources of local revenue are things like building rentals and rebate programs on our utilities and our P-card program. State revenue, we're looking at a total decrease of $8.7 million compared to FY26. That's mainly driven by the student enrollment decline, as well as assessed valuations increasing, which kind of a weird quirk with the foundation formulas as assessed valuations here locally rise, that decreases our overall state revenue. We are benefited, however, from a hold harmless provision due to student enrollment decline. So we did see a drop. The drop would have been more significant were it not for that hold harmless clause that we're benefiting from. And then federal revenue, we're budgeting just shy of a $3 million increase there. The majority of that is federal impact aid that we receive for military connected students here in the district. And then the other category is our JROTC payments that we receive for that program, and then some Medicaid reimbursements. Specifically looking on the expenditure side. So this first expenditure slide is showing our expenditures broken out by function. That's an accounting term for basically by category. So you'll see regular instruction there is the largest in blue at the top, special ed, student support services, school admin, district admin, et cetera, operations, maintenance, student activities, et cetera. So we always refer to student instruction number that we shoot for. State minimum, we used to do reports on it. The minimum that was required was a 70% amount of expenditures dedicated to student instruction, and the numbers for here in this report are just shy of 80%, so 79% and change. It's the first 5 categories. So we back when the report was required, we were always proud of that number and maintaining a high level and just shy of 80%, which is a good solid number, very high relative to other districts in the state. And then another way to look at expenditures by category, so breaking it out by salaries, benefits, contracted services, supplies and materials, and then equipment. Other is like transfers to other funds. And about 84.2% of our general fund budget is dedicated to personnel, so salaries and benefits, 84.2%. So jumping to a summary of investments and restorations, we'll break it down into categories: elementary grades, secondary grades, and then district-wide. So the biggest single investment in the budget this year will be a decrease in PTR. That's an acronym for the pupil to teacher ratio. In essence, what it does is it hires additional classroom teachers. So to decrease those class size, we hire additional staff. So decreasing the PTR from 26 to 23, that 23 number is in line with state statute. The state statute recommended class size. So pretty excited about that. That equates out to 21 additional classroom teachers in the elementary ranks. We're proposing the restoration of the instrumental music program at our elementary schools. That's 8 additional FTE. 1 FTE at Barnett, as well as a district-wide ELP teacher and a staff member dedicated to general ed pre-K. We already run a special needs pre-K program, but we want to expand our general ed pre-K program, which is a good thing. 2 additional classroom teachers, specific reading supports for our non-title elementary schools, and then increased supply budgets at all elementaries, their discretionary spending accounts, and then approximately $250,000 dedicated to providing before school care for families at elementaries. And then again, first time in my 8 years at district, nothing on that right side, which is a nice thing to see. In our secondary schools, so again, a reduction in PTR, reducing at middle school from 29 to 28, and then reducing our high school grades from 32 down to 30. That equates out to hiring an additional 8.6 FTE classroom teachers in our secondary schools. And then just like the elementaries, we're increasing supply and discretionary budgets. It's by 25% is the amount that we're increasing those budgets. District-wide investments. So we're looking at hiring an additional health assistant. That's intended to be a roving assistant to provide relief to schools where there's call outs, due to different things. So just to provide additional supports for those schools district-wide. And then our current military student support coordinator is funded on a grant. That grant funding is expiring, and that position extremely important and beneficial to our district. And so we're proposing to move that over to the general fund and maintain that position. Additional or restoring curriculum investments district-wide at the cost of $1.2 million. And then a transportation subsidy. Again, I referenced that gap between revenues and costs in our transportation services. So requiring a $1.2 million transportation subsidy from the general fund over to the transportation fund. And then reductions here in this category, I just want to point out they aren't reductions to services, to staff or students, just simply cost reductions that we're benefiting from in this budget. So first, referring back to the lower health costs due to lower enrollment levels, we're able to decrease our benefit rate. The way we provide money to pay for health claims is we charge what's called a benefit rate, a percentage for each dollar in salary that we pay out district-wide. So we're able to reduce that percentage and reduce the cost to the general fund there by, it's 4.5%, which equates out to just shy of $4 million in savings. And then we are assuming a level of vacancies equivalent to just shy of a 1% vacancy rate, and that saves the district $1.4 million additional. District-wide personnel comparison with the FY27 proposed staffing levels compared to current FY26 approved budget, increase of 21.21 FTE. And then this is just a summary slide of the investments and restorations that we just covered in the 3 different categories. Again, the biggest investment there being the class size reduction, the PTR decrease, and significant investments in curriculum and elementary music programs. So total investments of $6.75 million district-wide. Additional potential investments, we talked a lot about this. Ms. Nilsson and myself were taking notes. We're, just as a side note, we're incorporating suggestions from the board and other stakeholders into the balancing act tool that we've used in the past. It's kind of a helpful tool to run different scenarios. What if we, move this, take away this, and add this, or how much would it cost to add this service or program or this staff? We're going to incorporate all the possibilities into the balancing act tool, so we'll be able to utilize that tool interactively at upcoming work sessions. So these are just other suggestions that have been at the top of our radar. CTE inclusions there, and that, and both in staff as well as supplies. Barnett Magnet teachers, which have been reduced in the past. High school counselors also been reduced. A lot of these would be restorations. Tutors, reading supports are in the spotlight and would be beneficial to elementary schools. SBSTs, those are behavioral staff members to help with behavior issues at different schools and challenges. And then an HR onboarding position. There's been a lot of talk with the bargaining units on having a better platform for onboarding new employees to set them up and provide them a solid foundation to move forward from and to have more success early on. So, and then registered apprenticeship investments as well. Not an exhaustive list. We're adding to this list pretty constantly, but just this is what we had at the time of our proposed budget. And then just wanted to make some general statements here at the end of the presentation. Acknowledging, a lot of testimony tonight. I can appreciate the frustration of folks and the challenging environment that we've had to navigate. We've been, and we're not alone, but there is a unique difference that I'll get to here in a moment, where we're not alone in the financial challenges that we're facing here in Fairbanks. We feel strongly that the state has really dropped the ball in its responsibility to adequately fund school districts over the last several years, and that's certainly had an impact. Our recommendation consistently to the board and in my time here has been to try to strike a balance between maintaining as much as we can and utilizing the resources we have even in reserve, and that has occurred in the past, to kind of soften the landing and provide kind of a glide slope to not crash land and really damage our district. Balancing that with just confronting the reality of the challenges we're facing and making hard decisions that might not be popular in the public sphere, but that administration feels extremely confident in making to the board and feels strongly that they're the right decisions to make. A testifier said it earlier in testimony, something to the effect of, the district made the decision to fund students and to put as many dollars as possible directly into student instruction, into the classroom, as opposed to funding empty buildings that are becoming more and more empty each year as we go on. Just as a side note to that point, and I want to preface this comment with there has been zero talk of additional school closures. That's not even on the table. So I want folks to not take that from this comment that I'm going to make. We just lost enrollment this year equivalent to 2 entire elementary schools. And so administration's position, while school closure was a challenging, difficult topic, we would make the same recommendation this year again to do that, because we feel it's the right thing to do, because it puts more dollars directly into the classroom to benefit students. And in the end, that benefits staff as well. The supports that we're able to provide, smaller class size, benefits our staff as well. And so we feel strongly about that the challenges and the resulting decisions that we've recommended to the board, they have been emotional and difficult and challenging, but we feel strongly that they were the right things to do. And I think that bears itself out as we look around the state of Alaska and see what condition other districts' budgets are in right now as we speak. And we can take solace in the fact that we aren't continuing to cut. We've done difficult work that other districts have not taken on, and we're seeing those things play out in the news as we speak. And so we have a very different budget this year. Unanticipated savings are a good thing that we hope we're going to be able to use going forward to benefit students. We hope to find a resolution and to be able to, utilize those funds as best we can to benefit students. However that plays out, I'm not sure, but we're certainly uniquely positioned in Fairbanks here, different than any other district I'm aware of in the state of Alaska. And that's, again, don't want to discount the hard decisions that have been made, but we feel strongly that they were the correct decisions, and that we're able to propose tonight a proposed budget that hugely benefits children and is reinvesting in our staff, our students, our schools, and our community. I'll leave it at that. I'm ready for any questions.
Ms. Maple.
A comment and a question. I really appreciate the last thing you said. I feel like it came up a lot last year, but couldn't ever be the focus because we were doing such a hard thing. But that it happened, school closures happened during a financial crisis, and also happened because our population has changed so much. And so the concept that even outside of that identical crisis, that would still be a recommendation from the administration, I think was shared before, and I think bears repeating. I am curious from some of the things I've been hearing in the community testimony tonight. I've heard a lot of concerns that the unexpected savings are mostly connected to healthcare costs and vacancies, and I understand it conceptually. Can you help me understand the timing of how this information comes to the district, to us, and then also the timeline of how we can then act on finding this information?
Yeah. So what I can say is, specifically to the largest item there, the risk fund savings, the challenge with the risk fund in particular is there's many layers to those challenges. The first is we don't house that data here at the district. The borough is our risk manager, and so they're actually housing the numbers. Okay, the revenues and expenditures are running through the borough, actually, which is our risk manager. Okay, we can get that data, but it's very clunky, relatively speaking. We don't have access to it readily. We have to get it through non-conventional channels, spreadsheets, things like that we have to get from the borough. The second challenge is the data comes in the risk fund in arrears. So just the nature of health insurance is you're getting the data that you're getting today happened 2 months ago. Okay. And so one big example of that is there's typically at year end, oftentimes there are significant claims that get pushed through the risk fund at year end for June 30th. This year in particular, there was a big push because there were a high number of claims on claimants that were being covered by our stop loss coverage. So once a specific claimant in the district surpasses $500,000 in total claims, we have stop loss coverage that we've purchased, so kind of insurance on our insurance, that reimburses us dollar for dollar of any excess claims beyond that $500,000 level. There was a significant push to take advantage of that stop loss coverage, as we should. We purchased it for that reason. And so a large number of claims went through, and we received large dollar amounts of reimbursements right back. Okay. We didn't find that fact out until September, 2 to 3 months after the end of the fiscal year. So there was about $4 million pushed through in December. A significant chunk of that was reimbursed to us. And then there was $2 to $3 million additional that moves around, just transfers between the borough, because the borough runs our risk. They make charges to us, and those charges didn't come again until the month of September. So it really boils down to a timing issue. That's this scenario with the risk fund. There's other scenarios. The timing of the vacancies related to the custodial vacancies, related to contracting custodial services, those occurred in large all throughout the year, and there was a certain amount that came in each month. It kind of started to increase in the later months of the year, but there was just no way to anticipate and put a specific finger on what the dollar amount would be. And again, with the backdrop of the uncertain revenue that we were facing, uncertainty in revenue that we're facing, it was just difficult to, even if we knew, okay, we're going to see some savings here, difficult to put a finger on how much it was going to be. And then do we take a risk of counting on that when the revenue side is so uncertain? And, it turned out that we received a $700 BSA increase, but then the governor has the veto pen authority on the budget, overall budget. And so it turns out that an attempt was made to veto approximately $4.5 million of state revenue, and that was done in June. But we don't know how much that would have been. He could have tried to veto 10 million or 8 million or 3 million. We didn't know how much. And again, as I mentioned earlier, we didn't know the certainty. We didn't have a guarantee on that revenue until August. And so just generally speaking, on many of those big savings, difficult to be able to anticipate, especially when we're making big budget decisions. In last year, it was even back as early as December, we were making big budget decisions. December and January, there were some big decisions, the two big decisions that we made. So I hope I answered your question.
Follow up, Ms. Maple?
Would it be fair? I know last year, talking about the vacancy piece specifically, I know last year Ms. Julian brought forward the idea for us to start budgeting for vacancies, which our district hadn't done in the past. And one of the things we talked about, that for anybody writing a budget, we know we don't budget on something until it becomes a trend or until we have enough data to rely on it. Adding that last year, do you think that sort of lined us up to now be able to look at that data? And, I know we're increasing the vacancy rate this year, but starting that last year, identifying this method, that's something that we're tracking and able to use as a tool now that we didn't or couldn't in the past.
Yeah, that's certainly something we can look at implementing going forward. Absolutely.
Thanks.
All right. I have Ms. Hewitt, then Ms. Carol Hubbard, then Ms. Hull.
So I have a question also about the risk fund. How many people have to drop off? Well, first, I guess, you said that the stop loss got pushed through. Do you know how much that stop loss was that came through at the very end?
I haven't got a specific number, but I will get it.
Okay. And then how many vacancies does it take, with including that stop loss? How many people have to drop off our insurance to create that $5 million?
So we've had about, looking back a couple of years, we've had about, it's between 250 and 300.
Yeah, I'm just talking about just fiscal year 25. So
Yeah.
like, just to get a picture of like what that vacancy looks like.
Yeah, it was over 200 and we're on calendar year for health insurance, so it's a little bit different.
Okay.
But yeah, it was over 200 enrollee decline in enrollees in our district health plan, which is a significant.
That doesn't necessarily mean, sorry, can I ask a follow-up?
Go ahead.
Does that mean vacancies or people dropping their health?
Yeah. So two separate topics. Yeah. So specifically the drop in health plan enrollees, that's a separate topic than actual vacant positions. So two separate topics. Does that make sense?
It does make sense.
Okay.
I just mean, yeah, trying to get an idea of the amount of people who dropped, the amount of vacancies that it took and what that stop loss was to create the deficit that came, so we can better forecast that in the future.
Yeah. So specifically to are you talking about vacancies in the custodial ranks or just overall vacancies?
Overall, people
Okay.
covered on
Yeah.
that plan.
Vacancies are difficult to track because it's constantly a moving target. Every single day we're hiring people, and then a certain number of people will resign so we can look at data and track data and kind of have a trend, an anecdotal trend, but very difficult to, so you take a snapshot one day and 5 days later it can look different. But we can certainly start to track trends, and the general trend is coming out of COVID, vacancies were significantly higher. The trend has been declining. We have a lot fewer vacancies than we did 4 or 5 years ago. But yeah, we'll certainly start to track vacancies at a lower level, higher level.
Thank you.
Ms. Carol Hubbard.
Thank you. I would like to, well, I'll stick on the risk fund for right now. I just want to make sure that I'm clear on how this works. So if I'm understanding this correctly, we're self-insured, which means that we pay every claim for every person that is employed when they go to have a medical issue. We pay that insurance part. It comes out of a fund.
Correct. Claims.
So, okay. And so we have a stop loss at $500,000. So technically, we could pay for any one employee up to $500,000 before the stop loss insurance takes over on that one person's medical claims.
Correct.
Okay. So, sorry, am I okay? Okay. So I want to make sure that if I'm doing the math correctly, if we have 20 employees who have $500,000 in medical expenses in any one given year, we would pay $10 million for those medical expenses before the stop loss insurance kicks in to pay more. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So a $10 million fund doesn't seem that far out of line for us to be planning since we're self-insured.
Yeah. So for the full picture, Miss Carol Hubbard, we are that benefit rate I referenced on all the salaries that we're paying. So that's revenue that's consistently going into the fund. So it's kind of a revolving door situation where it's not just the $8 million that was the year-end amount that's there to pay the claims. We're consistently charging that benefit rate throughout the year, and so dollars are coming in to pay. But I see your point. I think your point is that as organization our size can have a significantly high number of large claims in any given year, and a significant amount of our total health costs do come from a small number of large claims, to your point.
Thank you. Will you put me back in the queue?
Ms. Hull.
Thank you. So you said about September was when we saw the health plan savings, or my question is, when did we see the federal impact aid come in?
Yeah, we get that typically in February and March, and sometimes as late as April, May, when additional payments come in.
Follow-up, Ms. Hull? Ms. Julian.
Thank you. I will stick on the questions for around fund balance. In particular, the savings that are coming in, or I'm not going to call them savings, but the overage that ended up in a net positive position. How is what we saw in 2025, fiscal year end 2025, how does that differ year over year? And what I'm trying to ask is, would you characterize those as something that we could have counted on? something that we would budget operational costs on year over year. And then also, I think that there's a backstory as well to this, which is where was our starting point? And I can of course look at the audit, but if I need to know a little bit more about where our starting points were coming into 2025, that so that we have a better understanding, knowing that we were at certain levels in fund balance. I need a better picture of the ramp up to 2025 fiscal year, and then the characterization of the funds that we saw in fiscal year 2025 that led to an increase in these potential funds, and
You
if they
asking,
were one time or not.
are you asking kind of for the history of fund balance, looking back of
Yeah.
3-4 years, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think your first question was, in my estimation, were we able to budget or count on savings through the budget process last year? Was that your first question?
Would you characterize these funds as one-time funds? Or would you characterize these funds that we saw coming in that increased our fund balance amounts as funds that we could count on in the future fiscal years?
Yeah, I would say it's a combination of both. So there were several items that are one time, and then the two main items, the impact aid and the risk fund savings. Those are savings that we're able to grab and exist in the FY27 budget. Important note, to not directly to answer Ms. Doolin's questions, but important to note that the lapse situation in no way, shape, or form impacts our FY27 proposed budget. That's an important note to point out that these are two separate conversations. The borough could lapse that $11 million, and our FY27 budget stays status quo, our proposed budget. So combination of both one-time and recurring dollars that contributed to the increase in fund balance. I would say in 100%, there was no way for administration, for myself, to count on any of those dollars and budget on that the last budget cycle. Again, just with the timing of when we started to see trends, as well as the certainty. What's the certainty? How accurately and how certain are we it's going to happen? How accurately can we predict what final numbers are going to be? Risk fund numbers finalizing in the month of September. And then combine that with the revenue uncertainty. Really no ability to count on those things, even if we did have a high level of certainty on a number, on the amount. And so as far as kind of a look back on how we got here in FY25, I think that's what you're asking for, Ms. Doolin. Just a little history, look back on fund balance. In FY21 and 22, our general fund balance literally hit zero. So it hit zero in FY21, and it continued to be zero in FY22. So 2 consecutive years of fund balance being at zero. And I'll just, at the risk of forgetting this thought in the different talking points that I have in my head, $20 million in general fund balance is much more appropriate than zero. And that's my official position, is $20 million in general fund balance is not inappropriate for an organization our size. And so when we're looking back just 3 or 4 years and we were at zero, that's basically knocking on the door of insolvency. So we're one significant event away from being insolvent as a school district. And we have examples of those things occurring, almost occurring here in the state of Alaska, and then actually occurring in other states in the country where government entities have to step in and take over school districts. So literally at zero through FY22. At that point, the board intentionally budgeted a fund balance deposit of about $5 million. So in the FY23 budget, the board was intentional about adding $5 million, getting off of 0 to 5. And then around the same time, the borough released $2 million. There was a $7.5 million agreement 8 years ago when a similar situation occurred where the district would fund 2 roof projects. There were $2 million remaining from that. The borough allowed the district to transfer those dollars from capital over to general. And then from there, as I mentioned earlier, vacancies were significant in those years coming out of COVID. We had a challenge hiring folks in coming out of the COVID years. And so from there, by FY24, the last cycle, our general fund balance was just shy of $14 million. So from zero in FY22 to 24, we went from zero to about $14 million, just shy, 13.7. And then I've outlined the increase from 24 to 25 with the main factors there: risk, impact aid, and vacancies in the custodial ranks. So that's, and just to finalize my thought there, and going back and specifically talking about the general fund balance we're holding is within state guidelines. There's no lapse situation at the state level, and it's roughly a little more than 1 month of expenditures for the district. And then the other dollars, specifically looking back at put it up on the screen here.
Move to suspend the rules to finish our business.
Second.
Without objection, the rules are suspended. And for the listening public, what just happened is we hit 9 o'clock, which is our scheduled adjournment time. So we've now just suspended the rules, so we're allowed to finish everything on our agenda here tonight. Mr. DeGraw.
And then just to finish my thought at the risk of rambling, but up on the screen are the dollars included in the risk in the borough calculation for fund balance. So you have the 20 million. As a side note, it's 22.8. Some might be wondering, DeGraw is saying 20. The 2.8 are those encumbrances that I referenced. So the borough calculation isn't 20, the same as the state calculation. It's 22.8 because they don't allow us to subtract out the year-end encumbrances. Okay. And so the other dollars that are shown there are all committed and assigned to specific purposes that we hope could benefit the district and staff and students, specifically the risk management funds. Our intent, if we could keep dollars and avoid a significant lapse, is to help keep employee premiums, health premiums, as low as we can for as long as we can. That would be the intent of that's what those dollars are there to do. Equipment replacement, I already outlined what the purpose of those funds are, and the transportation as well. So I hope I answered your question, Ms. Julian. I'd be happy for any follow-up.
I can have one follow-up.
Follow-up, Ms. Julian?
Yeah. My concern is that we take action. What are we doing to take action so that we get more granular to reduce the probability of unanticipated savings in the future? I understand the nature of the funds that we have, especially this year and then in previous years, primarily from vacancies and then healthcare and federal impact aid. And I just want to know what has been implemented already that addresses those things, and what would be the recommendation moving forward to help us better anticipate and forecast.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we've responded to 2 of the 3 large items. So the 2 recurring items here on this slide, we've already responded to those. So we've increased federal impact aid revenue in the FY27 proposed budget. That's addressed. We've addressed the decline in health plan enrollees by reducing that benefit rate. So the 2 recurring items we have already taken action on, to your point. The 3rd item's not a recurring, that was a one-time event specifically related to the contracting out of custodial services. So additionally, yeah, we will certainly take all some extensive, reasonable efforts internally to track ongoing revenue and expenditures. We are currently starting to monitor those at a very granular level. I will state that it is not possible to capture all savings. Again, going back to the large structural nature of the decreases that we made to such a large organization, just not realistically possible to capture 100% of those savings in advance or be sure of what amount they're going to equate to at some future point in time. So, but certainly we're in the process of looking at how we can improve monitoring things internally to where we can improve our outlook and get a better vision of future and how things might shake out.
Mr. Doran.
Thank you. I'm going to focus on slide 9, but keeping this one current that you have up in mind. But if you could go to, and I do want to say I really appreciate getting the side-by-side comparison of how the state calculates what our limits are and how the borough calculates it. But continuing with the general fund question on line 9, okay. I would really appreciate a clearer elucidation of how we grew our general fund to 22.8. When we were debating budget last year, et cetera, and while you're in the course of the year, you don't know how it's going to end. But rough estimate was put out there to be about 7 or 8 million. We wound up with 22. I can account for 2.8. That's the encumbrances that, and I'll have some questions to the auditor about how that plays out in accounting norms. We have 2 million in unexpected vacancies, and I think it's important to know, even when we build in, as we did this year, a vacancy rate, if we don't have that, that's backed up by the general fund. We have to fill it in. We hope we don't have vacancies because that's direct services to kids. But so I'm accounting for about 4 million of that. How did we grow? What are the other aspects that actually contributed to that $22 million figure?
So are you talking, Mr. Dorn, about going back to 2021?
No, I'm just talking about, so I believe you shared with us last night in at the end of 2024, we actually finished with about 14. We knew we were dipping into some of that to minimize the number of cuts that we had to do last year. We were looking at, and what you shared last year again, and it was rough estimates because we weren't finished with the year, that we'd finish the year in the $7 or $8 million fund balance. We finished at 22. So I'm just trying to get a little better handle for the public to understand how that came about, and the year-end encumbrances. We'll get better elucidation later on that, but okay, so that's 2.8, which is not included in the state calculation. That's why we use the $20 million figure. Indicated that vacancies would be part of that 20 million. So now we're down to 18. I'm trying to see how we got there. In this slide, the health plan, which really it's claims versus the revenue coming in, rather than the number of enrollees. But so that's already accounted for on the list as a separate. So that's not in that general fund. The impact aid is, I'm not sure where that shows up.
It shows up in the general fund.
Okay, so then that's an important piece, and that's at $3 million. So in terms of the borough calculation, that should be taken out from that calculation because the ordinance specifically excludes impact aid.
So it excludes impact aid advance.
Or anything related to that. Reading it, yes, okay. So, but to my question, so 3 million in that fund balance, the general fund balance is from impact aid.
Yes.
2 million is from vacancies.
Correct.
Unexpected vacancies. So that's 5 million. 2.8 is the encumbrances, which were really from last year's budget.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So
the increase from just shy of 14 to, I'm going to say 20 million, because 2.8 is the outstanding POs. 5 million of it is articulated here in this slide. And then, yeah, there was an additional roughly between $1 million and $1.5 million other smaller items that we realized within the district-wide general fund budget that created that increase from just shy of 14 to 20 in FY25.
okay. And follow up on this. Thank you for sticking with me on this and
Yeah.
to help clarify. And the when we were talking in the spring, 7 to 8, so winding up in those last couple of months, really, that we wound up with some really unexpected things in those last couple of months that were reduced costs across the board.
As well as some increased revenue.
And that increased revenue was just the impact aid, or was it more?
Yeah, no, just impact aid.
Okay. All right, that's helpful to this point in helping. So we know risk fund is not included in there.
Correct.
Impact aid is included in there.
Yeah, the risk fund specifically there in that $8 million. So that's the increase. The year before it was a little over 3.
Okay.
So that's where the risk amount shows up
All right,
in the
so
borough
if
calculation.
impact aid is not considered, and I'll just leave it on this one, is that actually brings us under the, would bring us down to 19.8 million in the general fund for the borough calculation, which would be within the realm.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Back in the queue.
Ms. Carol Hubbard.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about student enrollment. I'm looking at slide number 3. And I was curious, can you go forward one from that, please? There you go. So I was curious about the projected and then the actual. So in 25, it appears that we have about 600 fewer students than we anticipated. And then in 26, we have approximately 400 fewer. Based on that trend, are we anticipating 200 fewer this year? And if we were to adjust our numbers on student enrollment and try to come closer to actual, mean, is that I don't even know if that's possible. But if we did that, what does that look like for our budget? Like if we took that down another 200 students, what does that do?
Yeah, it could be easily several $1 million if we were to adjust our enrollment down, depending on how far we ratcheted it down. So is that your question, Miss Carol Hubbard?
Several. Say that again. I'm sorry.
Yeah, if depending on how far we reduced our projected enrollment, are you suggesting the possibility of reducing it from 11,042 down lower?
Correct, like to 10.8 or something.
And what would be the impact to the budget? Yeah, that would easily be several $1 million of additional lost revenue that we would be counting on for the proposed budget. So our state revenue portion, if we reduce that 11,042, then we're assuming a lower stated revenue number.
Okay. Can I follow up?
Follow up, Ms. Carol Hubbard.
Thank you. So if we're budgeting for larger numbers and we end up with a lower number, doesn't that mean that the revenue that we're getting from the state starts out lower to begin with?
It ends up being lower than what we anticipated.
Okay.
Yes.
So it seems like then we should have a deficit if we were planning all of this and we ended up with fewer students than we have this. How does that work?
Yeah.
Please?
Yeah, great question. Couple of main factors. First is in the fall, the district does what's called our 10-day count. So there's the official 20-day count that the state performs where they're creating our official count that determines our official revenue at the state. Okay, that's the 20-day count done in October. In August, first 10 days of school, it's called the 10-day count. We get together, we're counting, risk of not having a better term, butts and seats, okay? Actual students that show up, okay? We immediately start seeing the trend. So we see lower than anticipated students compared to this projection. We have the potential to reduce total staff. If we still have vacancies that are hanging out there, we haven't filled certain positions, we're able to turn those positions off and account for that lower enrollment level. Does that make sense? So we usually can't grab the entire amount we're going to lose in staff savings, but we get at a portion of that deficit that you're referring to. The second thing that's helped us recently is the hold harmless clause. And that's really the bigger one, is where the drop this year in FY26 triggered the student enrollment decline hold harmless clause in the state foundation formula. And so that will credit us back in the current year. It's going to credit us back 75% of that enrollment decline. And so if we lost 426 students, it looks like 75% of those, a little over 300, are going to be credited back, and we're going to receive the revenue for 300 and some odd imaginary students, so to speak. And that reduces in FY27 down to 50%, starts at 75, and next year it'll be 50% hold harmless. In FY28, it'll be a 25% hold harmless, and then in 29, it'll zero out. So that provides us kind of a glide slope, soft landing when we hit a significant enrollment decline. And then combine that with a little bit of staff savings, we're able to shut off some still remaining vacant positions. That's how we bridge that gap.
Thank you.
Ms. Hull.
So obviously this budget does not include any charter schools. So I'm curious several things. One is, when are we going to hear about the Pearl Creek charter and what the state has decided? And then do we know anything about the Two Rivers charter application?
I'll defer to Dr. Meinert on timing on the.
Yeah, interesting question. Given some unknowns as we built this proposed budget, obviously we don't have either charter in front of us as an approved charter, and so we wouldn't build it into a proposed budget. I think as we had the conversations last night, it's good to have in the back of our mind. Ms. Julian asked a great question of like, what are some other things that might come up in the budgeting process that we should be aware of? And that's certainly one of those. But, you know, to build it into a budget right now, you know, wouldn't be our recommendation. And so that's why you don't see it in the current proposed budget.
Follow up?
Follow up, Ms. Hull?
And just for the record, can you state approximately how much each charter would?
I can jump in there. So these are rough ballpark estimates, and a number of different factors determine final costs, but the cost of the Pearl Creek charter, based on the different scenarios we were looking at several actually months ago, was anywhere between $3 and $4 million. Again, depending on a number of different factors. The approximate cost of the Two Rivers charter was in the $500,000 range.
I have Ms. Hewitt, then myself, Ms. Julian, and Mr. Dorian. Ms. Hewitt.
Could you define the difference between impact aid advance and regular impact aid?
Yeah, impact aid advance is not 100% of the total impact aid we receive. There's a formula. It incorporates local contribution amounts that we receive compared to the max. It comes up with percentages. It's a formula that takes, if we receive, for example, $16 million in impact aid, we're not necessarily able to subtract all of it. It'll usually end up being something like 15 million in that example that we're able to subtract out of our fund balance calculation. So impact aid advance is a smaller amount, less than total impact aid that we receive. That's what's officially subtracted from the fund balance calculation.
Follow up, Ms. Hewitt?
Yeah. That's usually a significant amount, 75%, like ballpark.
It's usually closer to like 90, 95%. That's kind of more the ballpark.
Thank you.
And just like any of the other formulas we deal with, it's a convoluted, jumbled formula. So.
Okay, I have myself in next. So this, well, real quick, can we go to slide 20? Because I just wanted to make a point here.
20? 22? Sorry, President Burgess, which slide?
That's the one.
That's the one.
Yeah, 20. So yeah, I wanted to make a point here, and that is that, you know, we have instruction in blue here as the majority of our cost, but knowing how the district operates and what each of these other categories are for, SPED, student support services, instruction related tech, all of this really, didn't correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't you say all of this really goes to support instruction?
Yeah, I mean, the top 5 or 6 go without speaking. I would argue even operations and maintenance. I mean, that's really, you know, if we don't have facilities that are adequate to help students learn and to be a good learning environment, how's that not direct student achievement related and support related? So, you know, activities, you know, that's not included. You know, the 79.3% is the first down to school admin and support. You know, your school admin and support, your principals, your admin secretaries, your attendant secretaries, you know, student support services, things like counselors and nurses and things like that. So yeah, I mean, you can make the argument that you're even in, you know, realistically speaking, operation and maintenance, student activities, you know, those are really directly related to student achievement and learning as well and support.
Thank
So
Yeah, and I would argue the same thing, that even these categories of administrative support really are there because they help instruction in the classroom. So if there's no objection, I'm going to ask a second question. um, and I want to probably look at the slide with the borough calculation on it while we talk about this. So that would be what, slide
That one.
9?
This one.
Yeah, and it's I'm not asking specific questions about this slide necessarily, but I'm interested. What approximately, you don't have to give me an exact figure, but what is the minimum and the maximum borough contribution for FY27? Give me something within $5 million. It's good enough.
Okay, it's the minimum required contribution is going to be somewhere in the $41 million range. The maximum allowable is going to be somewhere in the $73, $74 million range.
So roughly a $30 million
$30 million
variance
range.
in what we could expect to get from a borough in any given year.
That's correct.
So if we had an assembly that decided to reduce our funding to the minimum, which would cost us, this is a hypothetical. It's not going to happen this year. We've got an education-friendly assembly, but hypothetically speaking, if in a future year we had a reduction from current levels to the minimum contribution, we'd be looking at around 20 million range.
Yeah.
Okay, and how would we cover that and ensure that our schools are and our district remains stable if we had that big of a gap to address?
Yeah, realistically, we'd look at some combination of some painful reductions and using our fund balance to cover that.
Okay, so
and large amounts of fund balance, because realistically speaking, at this point, we've pulled a lot of the big arrows from the quiver, so to speak. As far as reductions are concerned, there's really not a lot of significant reductions left to be made at the district level. So I would argue the lion's share of that, of covering that kind of drop in revenue, would come from fund balance.
Thank you. So with a potential difference of 20 million if you're looking at current funding levels from the borough, 30 million if you look at the whole range of what they might give us, we would look at needing some significant savings in order to continue with a stable district.
And I appreciate the point, and may I take it a step further? So when I referenced the $0 fund balance back in 21 and 22, that was related to the pandemic, to COVID-19. And, we, not 2 years earlier, received similar criticism that we're receiving now. And it was literally that fund balance. When I first arrived, it was 18 million. It went to 0. And if we did not have that fund balance, we would not have been able to, have schools closed. The revenue that we lost at the state level would not have allowed us to hold employees harmless, to keep them whole with that kind of revenue loss. We used fund balance in 1 year. It was in the $10-12 million range that we went through in fund balance in 1 year, just keeping employees whole. And so without that fund balance, we would not have been able to do that. We would have literally had to lay off employees to stay solvent. So, might be far-fetched, right? The scenario, I think you acknowledge, well, currently we have an education friendly assembly and enjoy a solid relationship with them. But, who knows what the future holds? And it's just, I think it goes to, the prudence of holding appropriate fund balances.
Thank you. Put me back in the queue. Okay. Moment of talking to myself here. Okay. Miss Doolian.
Thank you. I would say that it's not only prudent to have savings, it's also state statute that school districts shall have and should work towards about a 20%, no more than 20% of your general operations. 10%.
10%.
I'm
Yep,
sorry,
yep.
10% of our general operation. So I'd like to reference back that it is not only prudent, it is also state statute. Is it true that all other school districts in the state have to abide by that state statute?
Yeah, districts aren't required to hold the 10%, but that's a good guideline. And many districts, currently, there are districts that are significantly beyond that 10%. Interestingly enough, coming out of the pandemic, the 10% is currently waived, but it's going to come back into play in, I believe, FY26.
Have we exceeded the 10% in our general savings since the pandemic?
No.
Okay. Then if I may, I'm going to, I just was rolling off of that into what I want to talk about is what I'm observing here is volatility. And also there's a lot of questions around insurance. And so I had this moment where I thought being self-insured, although we have been able to maintain lower premiums for our employees while cost of insurance is going up, being self-insured creates another level of volatility for us because we have to maintain savings in that a risk fund to pay. So if we were not self-insured, we'd have less volatility because right? So if we were not because we're self-insured and because we are able to hold lower costs for our employees through their health plans by maintaining lower premium rates for employees, we in and of itself are getting potentially penalized in, if I can just go one more step, because our borough ordinance defines unrestricted fund balance differently than the state statute.
That I would agree with that 100%. And to final, you make a great point. If we were purchasing insurance from a third party, your first point was the district takes on the risk, and Miss Carol Hubbard was kind of articulating this earlier as well. The district takes on the risk of higher than anticipated claims, right? So if we were purchasing insurance from a third party, the third party company would be taking that risk. They would look at our claims and say, okay, we think your claims are going to be this, and so here's your premiums. They're taking on the risk if claims are higher. They benefit if claims are lower. That third party company is taking on the risk. We're self-insured. We take the risk if claims are higher. In this case, claims are lower. If we were purchasing insurance, the insurance company would just take those dollars. Instead, they're sitting here in our risk fund, and we could utilize those funds, as I mentioned earlier, and I think this is the point you're making, to try to keep premiums as low as we can for as long as we can.
And is it true that we have done that or are planning on doing that?
Well, I always stay away from saying, oh, something's low or high or expensive in comparison to other coverages out there available to the public, available to all. We have extremely competitive, favorable insurance premiums. And our intent is to continue to try to maintain those as long as we can. The lapse situation would make that more challenging for us if that occurs.
And if I may, okay, thank you, because I'm following a line of reasoning here. That's helped me understand this. So there's volatility among many things, of which we have increased volatility because we are self-insured, as is our borough self-insured as well. So we know that there are higher risks and we carry higher funds. The borough carries a risk fund. Other self-insured districts carry risk funds. The difference is that other self-insured districts don't have ordinances from their borough, other than potentially Ketchikan is the only other, but don't have that necessarily count those funds as general operations. That differs from the state statute.
Correct.
Okay.
That's accurate.
Okay. So if I can keep rolling here, when we to talk about volatility, and because I was here last year, I think the big question and the thing that is clouding this good news of a budget, where we are not reducing anything. But the thing that I think that we have to address on as a board, and as I feel like we need to address, is that did we make unnecessary cuts last year? And what I and that's the question that everybody is thinking. Did we close schools that some of our own children attend unnecessarily? Did we hurt the community unnecessarily to get to this fiscal position, which is incredibly responsible and also does not exceed the state statute?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I'd like to respond to it if I could. I would assert very strongly that the additional savings that we have currently seen in this fiscal year that just ended would not have arrived. The vast majority of those savings would not have occurred if the district didn't make the significant structural changes, i.e., school closures, contracting out of custodial services. They're not two mutually exclusive items. It's not, oh, well, you had $11 million of savings, so you didn't need to make any of those cuts. The majority of those savings occurred because of the large reductions we made over the last several years. And examples of that are the health plan. If we hadn't reduced 360 FTE, we wouldn't have seen a significant decline as significant as we did. If we hadn't contracted out custodial services, we wouldn't have had savings from resignations. We wouldn't have lower costs than what we anticipated. There's other soft costs that we're seeing. Workers' comp claims are going down. Staff leave cash outs are going down because of the significant decline in FTE district-wide. So, the soft costs that are embedded. And so it's not accurate to make a general statement of, well, we had $11 million of savings there, so you didn't need to make any of the cuts. No, my strong assertion is the savings occurred, the majority of them, because of the reductions. If we had not made the reductions we made over the last 2 to 3 years, we'd be sitting here today presenting a $15 million deficit that we'd have to overcome, just like every other district in the state of Alaska. I want to correct that. Unlike any other district that I'm aware of, I'm unaware of any other districts that are investing in the manner we are. So I can't say for certain that every other district has a huge deficit, but I'm unaware of any other district in the state that's investing in a similar fashion we are currently.
One more follow-up, Ms. Dooley.
Thank you. So that leads me to my overall reaction to this budget. I am making the decisions that we made were gut-wrenching.
Absolutely.
We have in front of us a budget that restores class sizes from 26 in K through 5 to 23. As the chair of the budget committee, we have identified the committee the committee urged the board to adopt the state recommended PTR each year as a starting point for the budget and then make deliberate budgetary decisions to deviate from this PTR if necessary. What we have in front of us is a budget that gives hope to families and restores things that have been gut-wrenching. With the exception, every single thing on this that the budget committee has asked you, the district, to implement in their fiscal year 27 budget is in here, with one exception. There is one just point in here that was made in investing our people under Restore Salcha to full elementary that is not reflective in here. That was on a budget that the budget committee recommended. So I would like that to be included for future discussion. However, I just want to state my understanding of why it's hard to be in this position and grace for us asking these hard questions. Do you feel like this amount of investment is sustainable year over year with the enrollment that we're seeing?
So that's a tough question, Ms. Doolin.
I can hop into that. So, we're not sure if it's sustainable or not. A lot of that is based on the state revenue that we're provided, and we're hopeful that the state's going to come through with adequate funding for education in the future. What I will say is our children today shouldn't wait on that state funding, and we should invest in the education of our children today. And if we don't have the revenues in a couple years, then we'll readjust our budget. But that third grader, my daughter, sitting in her classroom should have lower class sizes today. Why wait on doing the lower class sizes when we have the money available to lower the class sizes? In the future, if they need to raise because we have inadequate funding, then we'll continue to have those conversations with the state and make those decisions now. But all of the things in the proposed budget and the conversations we had last night are reinvestments into our students today. So let's not get tripped up about what happens 2, 3, 4 years down the road because of, projected revenue that we don't know about. Let's invest in our students today and let future boards figure that out.
Yeah, and just as a final add-on to that, certainly if we go another 7 years without a BSA increase, yeah, we'll run into problems here, relatively shortly. But yeah, I would say those are great comments, and we're here in the now, we're coming out of difficult, challenging times, and just excited to put this budget forward.
All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break. When we get back, I have Mr. Doran in the queue, followed by Ms. Hull. All right. Bringing this meeting back to order. It's 9:50 p.m. And we are still on the proposed budget presentation. And I had Mr. Doran in the queue. Mr. Doran.
Thank you. And I was just reminded in our conversation tonight, a lot of it is having a buffer for funds. And on the radio today, several legislators, including one of our interior senators, they were talking about a bill that the legislature is considering in terms of establishing a disaster fund, a backup fund when things happen that you need to have something there. So it just fits in this conversation very well, wise planning. So, and I'm not sure, this might be more to you, Dr. Meinert, I'll let you decide. We will be getting into more details and in-depth conversations. So, but as we approach the budget, and I'm thinking in terms of available funds, what's that big picture? Mr. DeGraw, you mentioned that in terms of looking at if we need to lapse some funds to the borough, what that exact amount is. We won't really know until the audit is approved, and then where we go from there. But you mentioned that that doesn't affect the proposed budget and the investments proposed within that. But I'm looking in terms of our conversation, if that's $11 million, if that's the amount that is removed from our general fund, we're down significantly. Technically, we can reduce our risk fund, but that's like the disaster fund conversation. The only one that's really there is probably the equipment fund. So we also have talked about add-ons. We have a list of potentials. We've added to the list. We will continue to get suggestions from people throughout the budget process. Well, what about this and what about that? And then we do have some of the possible impacts. Ostensibly, sometime in March, we'll hear what the state board decides on the Pearl Creek charter, what budget implications may be with that, negotiations, those types of things. So my question particularly is, if that $11 million has to come out, we have covered proposed investments that, because of the cost differentials, they're not really savings, but we've tried to be efficient, tried to work, and some things have just simply come under cost. So what's that big picture? Can we dream? We've even last night people were adding individual board members. Oh, well, yeah, I'd like to see this might be considered, that might be considered. Can we dream, or are we going to be pitting one thing against the other? And sometimes that happens, that we don't want to be sniping at each other. I think it was somebody mentioned about I don't want to pick on rats, but where we'd start saying, well, we're good and you're bad, or yeah, you don't need to get that, we need to get this, whatever. I mean, I'm just trying to think, what is our latitude, a general sense, because we still don't know the exact numbers.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. And $11 million is $11 million. You've been through enough budget cycles that you know how impactful that can be operationally to the school district. And so if $11 million is swept out of our funds and not able to be used operationally, then that definitely limits the additional reinvestments that the district could make. It limits, flexibility for softening health insurance blows and those types of things. And so, do we have room to dream in this budget? I think we still do, given where we're at in proposed budget, and maybe there's some changes in terms of what we've put forward in exchanges. But if that $11 million isn't sitting there in our fund balance, I think it definitely limits the amount that we go further into dipping into fund balance. This proposed budget has some fund balance already built in, and so I'd be hesitant if that $11 million is swept in there to dip that much further into our fund balance. But some of those things will shake out, during the recommended budget process, and certainly before the approved budget process. And so the one nice thing about our budgetary process is it is a long time period between now and our approved budget. And so we'll have many more knowns when it comes to May, June, when we actually finalize than what we do today. And that's when we can make the best decision possible, and when we have those knowns in front of us. So, if $11 million is swept, then I'd be cautious in terms of dipping further into our fund balance.
Follow up, Mr. Dorn?
So, partial follow-up. As Mr. Wade indicated, there are several of us going down to the legislature. I expect one of the questions will be, you have this money. To think towards what are the talking points that would be helpful in helping legislators as the general community understand what the situations are. And even though we're able to add, we're still in tight financial circumstances.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Mr. DeGraw went over what led to a little bit of the fund balance savings that we had this year. I do think it's important that the board doesn't discount the hard work that the board has done over the last several years. I mean, that is a talking point. Like, it isn't a mistake that we just arrived in a strong financial footing. You did a lot of hard work. It caused a lot of pain and instability in our community. But today we're paying off because of that, and we can reinvest in our schools. And so I don't think it's something that the board should be ashamed of, that we're in a net positive position today. It's because of the work and the hard decisions you've had to make as a board. Now, does that mean that we're being adequately funded by the state? No, it doesn't. I mean, we harken back to last year where we got a $700 BSA increase, but we actually needed $1,400 from the state just to stay status quo. And so we made a lot of hard decisions. We're starting to reinvest back in our district, but this reinvestment doesn't bring us all the way back to all of the cuts that we've made over the last decade, nor does it even get to the dreaming phase or the innovation phase that you're talking about. If the state was adequately funding education, we wouldn't be just restoring past cuts. We would be looking ahead and envisioning an education that we want for our students. And so that's where I hope we get one day. And that's the story to tell, is like, let's get beyond restoring all the cuts that school districts have had to make over the last 10 years and envision what we want for our students in the next 10 years.
Final follow-up.
Go ahead, Mr. Dorn.
Okay. I think there's a powerful statement that you just made. And what struck me as you were speaking of that, and going back to something that Mr. DeGraw shared, the state has waived what would be a lapse to the state for a period of time. And that waiver of that has enabled us to not make as deep cuts as we made. Very, very deep cuts, but they would have been deeper had we potentially that waiver. And I'm not taking these from your words, it'll be mine, as in terms of saying that, any things can be waived, a lapse can be waived for the good of what we're trying to offer students. And through the budget process, we'll make that case. All right, thank you. And if you put me back in the queue.
Ms. Hull.
Yesterday, I asked a question, so this is kind of a follow up to that question. So, yesterday, I asked about what 2 additional ELP teachers, making a total of 5 ELP teachers in our district, would cost us in our budget. Um,
Yeah.
But what I'm hoping for right now is I know that there's a proposed change to the way ELP is delivered. So, instead of a pull out method, it would be a push in method. And I'm curious if we can talk a little bit about the cost and the budget implications of that.
Yeah, we might defer to Miss LaPlante for some talking points there.
I mean, maybe you can start with, I guess is the question cost, or is the question what is proposed?
Cost right now.
Okay, yeah. So the cost of each additional certified position, the average cost is about $122,000. That includes salary and benefits. That's the average cost of a certified employee in the district. So each additional position is about $122,000.
So my question is really, does the push or the pull out method of taking students out of the class and having their own ELP teacher in their own classroom, how does that compare with the proposed push-in method of having?
And that's where I can't speak to that.
I'll start first, and then I'll hand it over to Miss LaPlante. I don't think it's a cost factor in terms of it costing more or less. So if we're talking about just dollars, it's cost neutral. Because either way, I would have proposed adding another ELP teacher. I think at one point in time, we might have had 12 or 14 ELP teachers. And so it's one of those areas I would have even loved to have added more back, but we're starting to chip our way back. And so if it's just, a conversation about costs, it's net neutral, but I would like Ms. LaPlante to give a very brief overview of the conversations that have been had and kind of where we're headed potentially with ELP. And then I imagine, as we talked last night, during one of our work sessions, we'll have a more comprehensive report for the board on where ELP is at.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. And I do want to say that I believe hopefully in the near future we'll be hearing from Kathleen Edwards, who is definitely leading up this effort, working specifically with our current ELP teachers and some principals to take in more than just ideas that we've brought to the table, but the ideas that the ELP teachers have brought to the table, the ideas the principals have brought to the table, and really incorporating that into the proposal that we will be very happy to show you in a few weeks. One of the things that has come through that is that there is a great desire to maintain some of the components of a pull-out option for 4th and 5th grade, while still adding more push-in options for entire classes of 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade students, and to help identify more students to be eligible for the program overall.
Ms. Julian.
Thank you so much. I have a question about we talked about this a little bit last night, and I've been thinking quite a bit about this because we know that the lower class sizes, the lower PTR targets it is fair to say that it is true that increasing class sizes is how this previous boards, since flat funding from the state, have really balanced budgets by increasing class sizes primarily.
I mean, I think I'll take that to start with. I think that has been one of many levers that past boards have pulled, but let's not forget about, the 7 school closures that we've had, the outsourcing of custodial, the doing away with band and orchestra and art, the decimation of our ELP program. The list goes on. And so class size is a part of that equation, but there's been many other cuts that boards have made.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that my question is really around, first of all, I want to take a moment to really celebrate that this budget reflects state standard that's now in statute class size targets. And I am incredibly proud that we might be able to give that not only to our families and students, but to our educators too. It is a resounding thing that hits, I think, every single one of our strategic priorities. So my question around recruitment, and we talked about it a little bit last night, and you indicated that that we could potentially stage some of these decisions. So I know that if we're talking about recruiting a significant amount of teachers and educators into our district, because we're going to potentially make decisions about meeting some of these lower class sizes, which means expanding the amount of educators that we have and recruiting. What does the process look like from our perspective? Like, what are the decisions that we have to make, and could we stage decisions in a way, or at least indicate decisions, so that we could get out ahead of at least some of these things? For example, hitting class size targets and being able to start recruitment early. We also know, I'm saying that because I know that other districts throughout the state have different recruiting timelines. So I want to help us be the most successful in recruiting a pretty significant increase to our workforce potentially.
Yeah, great question. I think there's a number of ways that we could stage those decisions. Once we get into work sessions, we'll have balancing act up, and I would really want the board to see what those class size targets equate to in dollars and what trade-offs would have to be if for some reason the entire board didn't support that. But if we get into the early work sessions and we get direction from the board that regardless of kind of where this recommended budget ends up, that is for sure something that will be in that recommended budget. As soon as we get that direction from the board, we can start advertising and recruiting for those positions.
Mr. Doran.
Thank you. One is an observation, actually, that I was going to make a comment on, and very pleased with Mr. Blanc's commentary on the ELP conversations, and you mentioned especially principals being on that and teachers being on that, because there are several initiatives, whether it's the instrumental, ELP, before school, that we empower the local schools and that they design what it is, and that we keep that in mind as much as possible, because they're the ones who implement it. In each community, it's a little different. And I think even last night on the Before the School, the little bit we got, just as an introduction last night before school carries, that's going to have to be different in each community. And they'll be given latitude, is what I took away from that last night. So I want to encourage that and make sure as we get more information about these investments. The other piece, a request for information, because it'll need to take some time, is when we do look at PTR, particularly at elementary, because they're the ones that are fullest capacity now, do we have the classroom space for that? I'm very mindful in California, I forget whether it was a district or a state, but there was a law put in to cut the primary class sizes in half, which meant they went from 40-something to 20-something. That was a great law, but there weren't the classroom spaces, so they took like a first grade classroom, built a wall down the middle, added a door, and now they had 2 classrooms and the class sizes were small, but the area that they were in was even less than what previously they had. And so I would like, as we go forward through the chair, to make a request that we get some indications of, do we have those classroom spaces? What does that play in terms of building usage or whatever, or ramifications of that, but basically that we can accommodate that reduction of PTR, which that target I really agree with, and I know it's not, it's in statute as the target, not as an absolute, but the efforts to get there, and this is I'll close with just saying that really do appreciate the administration, yourself, and the leadership of that and your team to bring forth a budget that does get us closer to dreaming, uh, and hopefully on a path to really where we can do that. So.
Ms. Carol Hubbard.
Yeah, I was curious. We talked recently about the Alaska Reads not being funded for the summer. I was curious if we would be able to, is it possible to fund that this summer?
I believe we'll have, we'll definitely have some funds for summer. I don't know to what level, but that's something that we can bring back to a future work session. We were hopeful that SB 113 would be overridden, as that would have given us many more funds to help with reading intervention and then after school tutoring and our summer program. But we'll still have a summer program, but I'm not sure to what level. So we'll bring that back to an upcoming work session and report out to the board on that.
Ms. Hewitt.
I just wanted to echo Mr. Doran's concern about space and that we keep that as a priority moving forward, as well as PTR.
Yeah, I'd love to respond to that if I can.
Dr. Meinert.
Yeah, so we've had some of those initial conversations with principals. The only school that we're aware of currently that might have some space constraints that we're going to need to work through is Tecumseh Brown. They were one of our higher capacity schools to start with, and they've gained like 30 or 35 students since October. And so we're working closely with Principal Push on what possibilities there might be, to move things around to accommodate additional staffing. But most of our other schools have a considerable amount of space still. So we're not hearing any other issues from principals.
Ms. Maple.
I want not to go down a rabbit hole, but do we know where those unexpected mid-year students came from?
I asked her that same question, and it's a bit of a mixed bag, honestly. Some are students that have PCS'd in. There was like during the government shutdown, there was a hold on transfers, and so we saw some students arrive there. I believe we had some students arrive from villages, surrounding villages, and then just some other move-ins. But yeah, it was a nice surprise, and we're hopeful that trend will continue out there.
Okay, I have reached the end of my queue. I'm going to give board members one more chance to chime in here. Okay, with that, then I think we will move on in our agenda. I do want to note we are going to bump the annual audit report to the next meeting, the next regular meeting on February 17th. That's because the auditor was not had to leave early. But with that, I did want to give the administration a chance to, if there's anything they wanted to highlight from the audit report briefly.
Yeah, thank you, President Burgess. I just wanted to give a couple of brief comments on our audit as a preview now to the next meeting, where we'll have the auditor present to us, as well as our new new accounting director. She was all ready to go tonight, Yvette Burkholz. But so just as a preview of our audit, we had no findings, no deficiencies of any kind in our audit. The audit is posted online there to see. So we have a management letter as well as what's called a popular report. And Ms. Burkholz's presentation is posted online as well in your packet and online for you to look at, to preview. I was ready to give a shout out to her as the new director of accounting and her department, many new people in new positions there, and just the level of professionalism and detail and accuracy that she and her team exhibits on a daily basis is just tremendous. We have a 30 plus. You asked her how many years consecutive have we received the award for outstanding financial accounting and reporting, and she said 30 something years. We're not sure. We'll have that in 2 weeks, the exact number of consecutive years we've received that award. We're receiving it again. And so just kind of, you know, as a overarching statement, just point out the level of detail and a level of professionalism and exactness that we take on a daily basis in our departments is real. And we know we're working with special dollars. They're taxpayer dollars, they're sacred dollars intended for students, and we account for those very accurately, and we're proud of that. So unfortunately, yeah, I just had a hard stop with the auditor at 10 o'clock, unfortunately, that we weren't aware of prior, and so we'll kick that meeting for 2 weeks. But yeah, just as a preview, information is there to see. It's not, unfortunately, it's not light reading, but if you do want to venture there, it's there to see. And no findings or deficiencies in that audit. Happy to report.
Thank you. Ms. Maple and then Mr. Dorn.
I did have one final comment, and it was just that I don't think we need a new accountant.
Appreciate that, Ms. Maple. Appreciate that.
Mr. Dorn.
Yes, I was very glad to read through the report, and always look to see whether there are any suggestions or things like that, and seeing none of that. Question is just a procedural question. It was referenced tonight during the Borough Assembly report. Since we have not accepted the report, taken action on it, will that impact? I forget the date that the borough is looking at accepting their report, which I assume, which is their specific one, but assume includes both ours and IGU. They're all done separately, but they're part of the big picture. So that does have an impact on conversation around what the funds, the general fund category actually presents until we actually finish the audits.
Yeah, I think to that point, Mr. Doran, we can look into that and see if there's any things that would slow down any process, and if there is, we could look into what we could do to remedy that.
Okay.
Good.
If I might, I think it's not so much slowing it down, because the audit is always 6-7 months later, because there are a lot of complications to it, but it's just
Right.
the timing and the process for the auditor to finish, and then for the respective bodies to approve and accept.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DeGraw. Appreciate the presentation and all the information and everything you do for the district every day. With that, we will move on to item K on our agenda, action items, and we have under that Article 5, second reading. So this is the first half of Article 5, I believe, for the second reading. And we'll just give administration a chance to play musical chairs. So Article 5, students, Board Policy 5000 through Board Policy 5129, proposed to be revised, is before the board for second reading by administration. Board, can I get a motion?
Move to approve second reading, public hearing, and adoption of Article 5, students, Board Policy 5000 through Board Policy 5128.
Second.
Okay, and with that, I will go ahead and open up public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience who wants to testify on this item? Seeing none, I'll turn that over to administration. Ms. Dillard.
Thank you, President Burgess. With the adoption of this first half of Article 5 tonight, if it's adopted, then we will have that up on Policy Online. That replaces half of our Chapter 10. And then we'll move forward with first reading on the second half of Article 5. We didn't have any questions or feedback on this at the last meeting, and nothing has changed since the last meeting. If you have any questions or comments, I am available for you.
Anything from the board? All right. Well, in that case, Ms. Richardson, will you please call the vote? A yes vote will accept these policies as Ms. Stillard described. A no vote will put it back to work session, I guess. Ms. Richardson.
Okay, Miss Charlie, Mr. Wade, and both colonels have left the meeting. So, Miss Carol Hubbard,
Yes.
Mr. Dorn,
Yes.
Miss Hewitt,
Yes. Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mrs. Hull,
Yes.
Miss Julian,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Thank you, Ms. Dillard. All right. So with that, having pushed the audit report, that brings us to board and superintendent comments. I will note we have an executive session after this, but closing comments from the board. Ms. Hull?
Oh, I just wanted to say thank you to all of our student performers that have come. We've gotten so much positive feedback that our district loves watching all those that come to share their talents with us. So thank you, and I'm excited to see more in the future.
Ms. Maple?
I just wanted to say a quick comment on transparency, and I just wanted to share my understanding of what that means. To me, it's sharing the decision-making criteria, data, and context behind a decision, and it does not mean that every stakeholder has to participate in the decision-making process itself. It's, every person can't be at every table for every decision. That doesn't always feel good, but it is not necessarily an indicator that anybody's acting with malice or secrecy or a lack of transparency. I feel like we've been hearing that a lot, and I understand the feeling. I certainly there's plenty of issues that I have my own concerns about transparency on in any given realm. But I hope that we can look for where that information that I talked about with transparency is being shared, where the decision-making criteria, the data, the context, the way that a group processed information, the tools they used, that we can look to that information as what shows that a group is, or an entity is being transparent. Because I really do have a lot of faith and trust in this administration, and I also recognize that I am privy to, I'm able to ask my questions. I'm able to ask for a meeting with somebody and get all of my questions answered, and everybody isn't able to do that. And of course, the administration doesn't have time to answer everybody's questions, neither do board members. So I recognize that my perspective might, that I'm privileged in that way from this seat, but that I just want it to be known that I don't believe that I've been lied to by this administration, and I trust the processes that are being used, and I trust the processes that were being used last year to make our decisions, and I just really want to see our community and our local government be able to work together to build our community up, and not, as Ms. Eisman said, act like rats in a cage and chew each other's tails off. because it only hurts us. And there's plenty of ways that public education is trying to be undermined at every level right now, and we please just have to not do it to ourselves. So that's all.
Ms. Hewitt.
I don't have a comment. Thanks.
Ms. Carol Hubbard.
Thank you. I want to echo some of what Ms. Maple said, that I am really happy and proud to be working with our administrative team. I respect every single one of them, and I think they all do a great job. I do believe that we did not have a surplus that did exist last year. So I think that's misinformation, and I want to set that straight. We were making cuts because we were looking at a budget. I also do not feel that we've been lied to. I realize that, the surplus comes at a time when, right after we made cuts, but it's because of what we've done that we have a surplus, I guess a surplus. So I'm really excited about that, and I'm really excited to start investing in our schools. I'm really happy to see PTR come first, and I'm really excited about music education. Music was what kept me in school. I'm so excited about instrumental music. And also before school care. And I just want to also just have a shout out to the military families. I know that Colonel Campbell stated that there's going to be some maneuvers that are going to come, and people are going to be, there's going to be some things happening. And so I just want to say thank you for your service, and thank you for your sacrifice. We appreciate you, and we're grateful to have two wonderful military communities so close by us, especially way up here in the middle of Alaska. So appreciate that. And that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Mr. Doran.
Thank you. I just have one thing, and I'll give Dr. Miner a heads up if you want me to stop. Just tell me. It's in the last week or so, had the opportunity to join a team with facilities maintenance team department, ABM. Hewitt was able to join on that, and they were doing a tour to see how things were going and what gets them frontline feedback, talking to teachers. And as we walked through, we had a chance to walk through 3 schools. So I know we'll get more information from them, et cetera, but I'm mindful of, I was particularly critical of their report in the fall, and some deficiencies that I had seen. But I did want to say that just during that tour, the receptiveness from FMD and from ABM making notations based on things. A lot of comments, and some that I had seen firsthand from fall to spring, is showing improvement. But particularly where I wanted to comment tonight is school, and the different schools, they picked out, they spotlighted a person or a team on the night crew and said, well, this person's doing a really, really good job, or, this. And the ABM folks were taking not only ideas, what they needed to do to improve, but they were looking to see who are models that they could pair up with new people. It happened that today, in visiting a school in which one of there were numerous comments from staff during our visit who said, oh, the night team is really responsive. They're really, they were just really, really pleased with them. And I found out that all of a sudden, they had 2 brand new hires shadowing and getting mentored by that team, which just to me says, okay, there's a follow through. and I think as I can sometimes be critical, it's also real important to recognize that, you know, the credibility of saying, okay, these are things we want to do, and following through. So I'll look forward for the fuller report, et cetera, and continued efforts to provide the best job. But I did want to note that, and it was great to hear that they are spotlighting people already in our schools and how for the job they're doing, and then also putting them in a position of modeling and training new people. So.
Ms. Julian.
Thank you. Tonight I really am I really want to focus on what was presented tonight and the big elephants in the room. For the first time, I'm going to say since 2017. Since 2017, when we have experienced flat funding from the state, and we know that costs go up every single year. This district and every other school district has been in a storm that has been growing in magnitude. And that storm has been fueled by flat funding from the state. That storm has been fueled by a global pandemic that disrupted public education and education globally. That storm has been perpetuated by a shift in the number of families who, after the pandemic, because of work at home opportunities, also money that comes along with being able to homeschool, and little accountability, a lack of a continuation in that trend. We in the Fairbanks North Star Borough are the home to some of the largest out of district homeschools that have been recruiting students actively in our borough, even with standing up in-person facilities. We have been in a hurricane, and we are the only district, I will say this, and if I'm not correct, somebody can correct me. We are the only district in the entire state of Alaska that has weathered the storm but I need to say this, people still are hurt. And I think that that's something that I really want to honor tonight. I honor the families, I honor the students, and I honor the educators. I honor the past boards. I honor the administrators and the leaders of this district who have had to do very hard things that hurt. I honor all of the lost sleep that we have all had when having to prepare ourselves to make recommendations or to make decisions that impact our own children. And I want to take a moment that as I honor that in people. We now have an opportunity in this budget to give people some hope. And I am so grateful to be in this position. But I also want to make sure to remember and to honor and to let everyone know that I am thinking of you, because of course everyone's thinking, did we have to make as many tough decisions that hurt as much as they hurt? And on a personal level, I made a decision about a year ago, sitting here, that personally was a hard decision to make because it impacted my own children. And I can say with certainty, after going through the budget, going through the audit, going through the financials, asking a million questions, that I would have still made that decision. Today, I am hopeful that because of that decision that I made, that I know impacted my own family, that every single elementary school might get the things that are in this budget, that we might be able to make restorations that were in totality in the memorandum from the budget committee. And I know that for certain, that we are only in this position because of the very hard decisions that we made. So I am grateful to be here, and I'm so looking forward to making these good decisions. But I also want to honor the hurt and the sadness and the fear around the past decisions that have been made. So thank you.
Right. So I don't have much tonight. I just want to say that I'm grateful for our accounting team and the administration as a whole. And I'm, after 2 years of having to make some of the hardest decisions that I've ever made in my life, with regard to the budget cuts and decisions that weighed on me and this whole board so heavily because we understood how it was reshaping this community and education in this town. I'm just very, very glad that we have a budget where we can actually invest. And that is great news. We even have some savings as a buffer in case some things go wrong, which I think is excellent. So I'm looking forward to discussing this budget more, finding the investments that the board believes are best, whether or not they're the ones that were presented tonight or other things that we find. I'm just excited that we're able to restore some of the cuts and really start to repair our educational system here in the Fairbanks North Star Borough. And with that, we will move on to our final agenda item for the night. We will be convening in executive session with our attorney, who will provide legal advice related to district finances. Board, I'll need a motion. Actually, let me ask the board before we make a motion. Does anyone need a break? Okay, I think we're good to go. Then I will take a motion.
Move to convene an executive session.
Second.
Mr. Doran.
And just clarifying that executive session, as in the preliminaries you mentioned, is with legal to obtain privileged legal advice related to district finances.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. Without objection, we are in executive session. Okay, board, I need a motion.
Okay, I'll move to come out of executive session.
Second.
Without objection, we are out of executive session. Need another motion.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Without objection, we are adjourned. Thank you.